All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last and final day of NAB. Yes, I can. So for all of you who missed my voice, trust me, no one has missed it more than me. I would like to say I am proud to announce that Cinema 4D was actually Product of the Year this year at NAB 2023. And yeah, round of applause, appreciate it. And I don't want to say we saved the best for last because all the presenters have done an amazing job, but we have saved one of the greatest for last. We've always had you on the virtual show, so happy to have you live. Big round of applause, warm welcome for Kelsey Steele.
All right, thank you so much for having me. I've had a really epic week. It's been a lot of fun. I've gotten to meet a lot of great people that inspire me and have influenced my career up to this point. So thank you so much for coming. My name is Kelsey Steele, and I am from Atlanta, Georgia. I've recently started freelancing. I was at Primal Screen for about 5 years. So I'm going to play my reel. So let's see. Thank you. And all of those projects came from my time at Primal Screen. So I'm going to jump into Cinema 4D, and the first thing I'm going to cover is going through customizing layouts and key commands, and setting up my default scene to make my life a little bit easier, adding things that I need to use all the time. So this is what you're going to see with a clean install of C4D. And one of the first things I do is I generally don't use that startup menu. So I'm going to go and just start setting up some of my default settings. So I'll hit Command E to bring up my preferences. And because I work in Redshift, I'll also bring up my render settings by hitting Command B. I was in the search field. All right, so I'm going to start with just changing everything to Redshift, and that's going to allow me to bring up my contextual Redshift settings. I'll also do a couple of different adjustments here. I'm going to change this to 1920 by 1080. I'll come into my preferences now and come down to renderer. I'll go into Redshift, and I want to see that in the main menu, so I'll check that on, and that'll print it up here in the main menu. I'm also going to make a couple of other changes. I like to put my paste objects at previous, and then if I have anything selected over here in the objects menu, it's just going to put it above what I had selected. So then I'm going to go into a couple of other things. I like to use the object mode for my camera. I'll come over to Redshift, and I'm going to let's see. I'm going to unselect node materials for presets. And the reason I'm going to do that is I'm going to come over and make a new Redshift material. And because I had that unchecked, when I double click on the material, it's going to bring up the Espresso style editor. So then I'll come back into my render settings, go back into Redshift, and I'll check that again. And I'm going to create a Redshift standard material. So now when I double click on this material, it's going to bring up the node editor. And I like to save these into my default scene so that I have something to start with. It's a good way to have materials to start with. And if I'm using Grayscale Gorilla materials, which I do a lot because it's a great resource, those open in the Espresso style editor, so it's great to have both of those available so that I can just pull and copy from either of those materials. And in newer versions, they have added these pop-outs, but I generally, if on an older version, I usually like to just bring up an asset browser and an attribute manager and just dock those on either side. And that lets me work really easily, and I can see everything also by just hitting H, and that'll zoom everything into the view in the node editor. And then I will go into memory and up my undo depth a little bit. And then I can just keep customizing from here. And as I'm working, I'm going to come up to Window, and I'm going to go to Customization and save this as my default scene. So now every time I open Redshift or open Cinema 4D, it's going to open with my Redshift settings and with these two materials already in the scene. So then I'll get my scene basic set up. I usually start by doing a really simple 3-point lighting setup. So go to Redshift, and I'm going to add a light. Do this as an area light. I'm going to right click and give that an animation tag. Give it a target. I'll create a null. Let's see. Where are the nulls? I'm having trouble finding the nulls. There we go. Thank you. So we'll just go ahead and target that light to the null. So now if I grab my light, I can pull this away, and it's always going to point towards the center of the scene. And I can hold Command and drag another light over and just kind of put these 3 lights just in the scene. I've taken a lot more time in my own default scene, but it's great to have those as a starting point. I'm also going to add a redshift dome light. I'll bring up my asset browser, and I can type in HDR. I like using this one. It's pretty neutral. It gives you some nice reflections. I'm going to turn off the background, and I'll add one more object. We're going to go with a redshift standard camera. I'll take everything and group those. I'll come back up to my customization and save this as my default scene. I'm going to bring up my render view. And I usually dock this over here on the side. And generally when I use 2 monitors, I have a little bit more real estate to work with, but this gives me a render view that I can see what's happening while I work over here. So we'll go to customization and save that as the default scene, and we'll save the startup layout. And then the next thing I'm going to cover is how to set up some custom key commands. So we'll go to customization command manager. And I like to do my points, objects, polygons, all of those as key commands so that I can cycle through everything really quickly. And I'm going to get an error when I assign my key command because I don't use those key commands for navigation. We'll go into the points mode, and I'm just going to say Shift 1. Edges. All right, so that should get us started. And that's just how I like to set up my scene. I have a lot of custom key commands that I use. And I'll also, at this point, show you how you can load in a custom layout. So if you go up to Window, Customization, and load a layout. I've got one here on the desktop. And so it's really easy to just load this in. Mine's going to look crazy because I usually work on 2 monitors, and I've got a lot of these extra windows that usually are on a second monitor. You can save any layout you want if you made one for a single monitor, or if you had one that you liked from a previous version. It's easy. That's all it takes to load it in. And I can always just go back to my startup layout, and this is what I had set up from before. Also going to go into my preferences. And in this case, I'm going to load in some of my own custom preferences. Well, I don't know where they are. It's okay. In any case, you can just load in and overwrite the preferences folder. And I'll show you at the end of the presentation how to get everything back to the defaults. Say if you're like a freelancer and you need to give somebody back a clean install, and in my case, everyone who's presenting after me today. They're not going to want my custom preset. So then I'm going to move on to my next project. And this is a promo that I made for our Atlanta meetup group, and I'm wearing the t-shirt today. We're going with Ease ATL. That is the name of the group. It was started about 6 years ago by David Dodge, and I am working now with him as an admin. And this was for it was just to promote one of our local meetup groups. So I'm going to open all of these references. And this meetup was at a place called Westside Motor Lounge. They have this very cool, colorful, industrial aesthetic. A lot of yard games. It's a really cool place. And now, having shown these references, I'll play the promo, and hopefully you can see where I got some of the inspiration. And we're actually really lucky that Joran from Pixel Lab agreed to sponsor our group, so we get to give out stock packs at each of our meetups. And what I'm going to cover right now is this final scene with this illuminated sign. And these string lights are just a model that I bought from TurboSquid. They came in all as a single mesh. So I'm going to start just by deleting some of these tags. I'll go into points mode. And I'm going to rectangle select almost all of them. I only need this one section over on the side, so I'll just hold shift to select the rest of those points. And now I need to make these individual objects because everything is one single mesh. So I'll go to Polygon Islands to Objects. And that's now separated everything into individual objects. I need to center the axis on all of these, so I'll come up to Mesh. And let's see, Tools. Come to Axis and go to Axis Center. And we'll just execute that. All right. We'll just middle mouse select the top, and I'm going to deselect that parent object. So then I'll hit Group, pull that out of that default, and now I can reset my transform. And I have one that I've already selected all of these bulbs. So I'm going to make a copy of the bulbs class. And I want to create a redshift light. Bring the intensity down. I'm going to make it a sphere. And now I want to put one of these lights into all of these individual bulbs, and I don't want to do that by hand. So I'll take my bulbs glass copy, and I'm going to say, well, actually, I'm going to make an instance first. Because I'm using the same bulb over and over again, now I can put this into a null, call this instance master. I can hide that from the editor. Now I'll take my bulbs glass, middle mouse select, unselect the parent, and I'll say replace with. Click on my instance, hit enter, and now I've got an instance of my light in each of the individual bulbs. I have the filament selected, so I'm just going to use this grayscale gorilla material. This is the neon. I'll put glass onto the bulb's glass, and then I just am using rubber cord for the rest of the plastic and the cord. And then for the, let's see, so I can get started on the sign. I'm just going to create a plane. Make it 5 feet by 3 feet. We can do 60 on the width, 1 on the height, and we'll make it plus Z. And then in points mode, I just want to go through and deselect every third point, which I've already done. So I can just pull these points forward, and that's going to give me a ridge pattern. I'm going to add a bevel deformer. And I want to restrict the bevel deformer because I'm going to make a copy because I want to have the front faces pretty sharp and the back sides a little bit more rounded. So I'll say UI to invert my selection. I'll convert that into a point selection or into an edge selection. And I'm going to store that. So now I will take my bevel deformer. I'm going to put it at 0.1. I'll copy that by holding Control. Make this 1 with about 3 subdivisions. And I'm going to restrict that just to the selection that I made. So I'll just drag my selection into the selection field. And now I've got a really nice sharp front face and much rounder back faces. So I'm going to put this into a symmetry. And if I hold 7, I can drag my symmetry out without moving my child object. And then instead of using a material to mimic the backlighting, I'm going to actually set that up. So I'll come up to Redshift, make a light, and change this to a cylinder. And then I'll rotate it 90 degrees. And then that's going to go into a MoGraph cloner. set it up as a grid. We'll do 1, 5, 1, and let's put those at like 15 apart. Make sure everything's centered. And then for the material, I'll just grab a Redshift standard material. I'm going to go down to the transmission and up that to about 0.5, and I'll change the color to just something that's kind of yellowish. Assign that to the plane. So now if I hit play, I'm going to get this really nice illumination effect coming through the transmissive material. Start a new scene. And now I'm going to cover how I did the arrow part of that sign. So I'll merge in objects. And now to make the two different parts of the arrow sign, I'll go into my points mode. I'm just going to select one point from the inner part, press UW to select everything that's connected, and then I'll say UP, and that's going to split that off, and I'll have an individual spline that I can put into its own extrude object. And I'll do the same thing with the other spline. And then I'm going to create a couple of grayscale gorilla materials that I'm going to mix using a material blender. I will open so I'll grab my Redshift material. Come to my node editor, which is down here at the bottom. I'm going to search for Material Blender. I'll create a reference. And make 2 of those, and I'll drag these grayscale gorilla materials in. And the reason I'm blending these is I want to avoid any noticeable tiling. So I'll just drag this first painted material in, go to my other reference, and drag that one in. Then I'm going to create a max on noise. I'll just solo that node so I can see what I'm doing. I'll hit S to zoom in on what I just copied into the scene. I'm going to apply this material. And I think I'm just going to make them both cubic in this case. Come back to my noise. I'm going to change it from standard noise to FBM. Take the scale down a bit. Gonna up the contrast a little bit, take the brightness down a tad. So now I'll go back to my material blender, and this noise is going to be my blend color. The reference is going to be material 1. And my base color is my other reference. So now if I unsolo that noise and plug this material blender into my surface, it's going to avoid having any of the tiling pattern from the peeling texture. And then if I want to change the color, I can do that with a color absolute. I'll do that in the individual materials. And that'll just go into the diffuse color. Make it something kind of red. There we go. So that covers how I did the arrow part of the sign. And then I'll go over into Illustrator. And what I have here is a screenshot of the front of my sign, and I decided to set all my type in Illustrator so that I could have everything kerned the way that I wanted. And I knew everything would fit because I was referencing that 3D geometry. So then I copied that over into Photoshop and just made a black and white texture. Then we'll come over to C4D, and I'm going to merge my objects. I'm going to go to Marquee V2. And now I can just delete out all of my lettering. This will go into an extrude. We'll check hierarchical, and we'll go to like 0.3. So I'll copy my Redshift standard material and apply that. Drag in my lettering texture. I'm going to solo that. So I'll just right click on this tag. I'm going to change it from UVW to flat. I'm going to right click on that. I'm going to say fit to object. Come back to my material. I'm going to take my base material and put the transmission weight way up. Put it mostly all the way to black. I'm going to make this mostly black. I'm going to go with a material blender. This is going to go into my material 1. blending color is going to be that texture. And this will be my base layer. I'll unsolo that. And then I'm going to go into my extrude, just disable that for a minute. I'm just going to take that outside spline and turn it off. And now I've got my individual plastic letters. So then I'll just go through the main scene and just step through this. This is really simple. My camera was not moving, so I've just got a couple of cubes standing in as buildings. I have some mega scans of grasses and plants. This aspen tree came straight from the asset browser, so I was able to just pull that in. And then I have a Megascans gravel texture. And the only interesting thing about that texture is in my displacement settings, I usually change the new range minimum and maximum. I go with -1 and 1. And so that keeps all of my dark values depressed instead of just being on the positive side of displacement, because things can tend to get a little bit blobby. And that allows to have both depressed areas and positive displaced areas. All right. And then the next project that I'm going to cover it was a project for Auntie Anne's that I did while I was at Primal Screen. It was very much inspired by the Bud Bowl from the early 90s.
Welcome back to Nug Bowl. We're here at Annie Ann Stadium. It's been Cinnamon Sugar's Sweet Speed versus the big dog defense of the mini dogs.
You's talking real sweet and salty, Stu. The team's getting formation. It's go time!
Butter ready, hey!
Those mini dogs are beefed up.
Ray scrambles right, dogs pursue. Oh!
It's a huge pass!
And it's caught! He breaks the tackle! Touchdown! Cinnamon Sugar scores!
Here we go!
Mini dogs really need a break here.
What they need is a miracle.
Cinnamon Sugar lining up to kick.
Hot dog, it's blocked!
Mini dogs recover! Only one Sugar left to beat!
Look at that dog roll!
Touchdown, Mini Dogs!
Dogs win!
The underdogs win! What a twist! Get your Annie Ann Snack Stadium delivered free for game day.
And may the best pretzel win!
So that project came out around the same time as the big game, as we were told to call it. So I'm going to cover a little bit about the field. And we wanted to have individual blades of grass to mimic the turf, but we were not going to be able to use hair for the entire scene. It was going to be too heavy, and any kind of texture that we were going to apply to that field, the resolution was not going to hold up if the camera was down really close. So the way that I dealt with that, so I'm just going to go ahead and start with a plane. Make that 3 feet by 3 feet. I'm just going to go ahead and add a hair object. I'm going to change the length down to 2. I'm going to go into the Generate tab. I'm going to tell it not to render hairs. I'm going to go with flat. So now when I zoom in, I've got all of these little triangles. So then I can go into my hair material. I'm going to change the thickness to 0.1. And I'm just going to add a little bit of kink. I can put this into a cloner. Change the spacing to 3 feet. Make it a render instance. And I can add as many copies as I need to cover the surface of the field. Then I can make it editable. I'm going to go ahead and export that as a Redshift proxy. Put it at the world origin, selected objects, no lights, and just say OK. And then I have one where I have my proxy imported. And something that took a little bit of digging to figure out was how to apply my material to the whole Redshift proxy. And what I actually have is a camera map node. And I just have an overhead camera set up. And if I hit play, and that just let me put the texture over the whole surface of the Redshift proxy. And now I'm going to talk about the nuggets. I've got a early test. And actually this whole project was animated in Maya. The characters were done in Maya just because that's who we had available at the time. It's not because Cinema 4D can't do it. It's just because Nick uses Maya, and I was able to bring everything in using a Limbic, and that let me do all of the backgrounds and juggle that while we were trying to do everything simultaneously because we had a 15-second cut down that was due first. So everything was rendered separately and then composited later in After Effects. And this was me testing whether or not I could get the Olympics to import correctly and make sure that we could maintain the motion on the pom-poms, which were done just with spheres and hair added. And I was able to put the hair directly onto the imported Olympic. And we got food photography from a food stylist and a photographer. So I took that food photography and I just took it into Illustrator and outlined the shape of the nugget. And then I started with a cylinder. Make that a lot smaller. Make it editable, and I'm just going to squish it a little bit this way. So I'm going to go into polygon mode, and because all of these are triangles, I'll just select those and delete them. I'll press MD, and that's going to let me fill the hole. Then I can use my knife tool by hitting KL, and I'm just going to cut these into quads. And I did this on both the top and the bottom. And then I went into my brushes. And I use these sculpt brushes all the time, even without sculpt tags. It just lets you really intuitively push and pull things around. And I eventually ended up with something that looks like this. And I've added that to a subdivision surface. And I've applied this material that I made. That was taking all of the different angles of the food photography. And that created a material that looks like this. And this is intended for cylindrical mapping. And then I've taken and projected the top and the bottom and relaxed those edges. And I'm actually using 2 different UV maps. One of them has the relaxed ends, where I've gone through and just projected and then relaxed these ends. And the other one is just the cylindrical part. And I'm going to blend those 2 together to get a nice smooth transition between my 2 UV maps. So I'll make a loop selection. I'm going to fill those in by hitting UF. Set the weight. It's going to be 100%. So if I go back into my material now, see where the node editor has gone. Oops. Looks like we quit C4D. I'm going to add in a ramp. And I can take my vertex map that I created, which didn't get saved because we accidentally crashed C4D. I'm going to create a vertex attribute. I'll drop my vertex map into the attribute name. Put this into the ramp. It's going to be my alt input. And now I can duplicate this texture. Do another material or color layer. This will be the base color. This one will be color 1. And my vertex will be the mask. And so I'm going to tell this particular texture to use my UVW ends. This one's using the UV main. And if I take this color layer, plug that into my color. And if I hit play now, I'm going to have a smooth transition, theoretically a smooth transition between these two textures. But the ramp is just taking this vertex attribute and converting that to a black and white map. Not exactly sure why that's not rendering the way that I expected it. Well, in general, it should be giving us just a nice mask for those two different UVs. And then for the cinnamon sugar nugget, I created that using a redshift matrix. What I have here I had that hidden from the viewport, but that's just referencing some small cubes that I have. I'm going to go into the matrix and tell it to use this cylinder. And that looks kind of wild in the viewport, which is why I had it hidden. But then if I zoom in, you can see my cinnamon sugar, and it's all referencing just this nugget. And I think that's pretty much all I have for you guys today. Again, I'm Kelsey Steele. You can find me on Instagram at SteeleKelsey and at KelseySteele.com. And then definitely check out Ease ATL for our Atlanta meetup group.
All right, thanks again, Kelsey. She'll be around back if you have any questions and you're too shy, but if you do have any questions live, we are happy to take them. Questions, comments, or concerns? All right, awesome. Great job, Kelsey. She'll be around back. Stay tuned. In the next 10 minutes, we're going to have up back again Kevin Aguirre, so stay tuned. All right, everyone, welcome to the last and final day here at NAB 2023. I am proud to announce we are the winner. Cinema 4D is the winner of the NAB Product of the Year. So thank you for all of your support. Yes, thank you. Thank you for all of your support. And one of our longtime users, amazing artist, up next to showcase some of that Cinema 4D action is Kevin Aguirre. Take it from here.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you guys. Welcome back to the Maxon booth. Last day here. So I'm going to be showing off some stuff that we did working with a company called Excite Labs. I'm going to go ahead and run through the demo reel. You can kind of see what they do, and then I'll talk a little bit about what they do as this is going. So, thank you. As you saw there, Excite Labs, located out in Calabasas, full creative and technical company specializing in all kinds of virtual productions, as well as traditional animated content, a lot of real-time stuff, but we mainly use Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal, primary pieces of software that we use. Myself, I've been working there since about 2018, so about 5 years there, but I've been using Cinema 4D for over 20 years now. It's been my main software that I've used since version 5. So I've used it in pre-visualization, motion graphics, sports graphics, broadcast, all kinds of different things I can use this software for. So today I'm going to be showing off some stuff that we did at Excite for Formula One stage presentation out in Saudi Arabia. I'll go ahead and show you kind of how the stage looks so you can see what we're dealing with. So as you can see, it's a massive stage, huge canvas that we had to work with here. And the idea is they wanted a lot of 3D looks to kind of incorporate the stage design, this whole projection surface. They needed content for that, as well as the 3 main LED screens in there. So they wanted a bunch of different looks, stuff that would show off the contours of the stage, as well as kind of integrate with those LED looks there. So a couple of the looks that I did, we did a whole bunch of different looks for them. A couple looks I did was this one, which we call the airflow look. And this consisted of some smoke trails moving over this car in 3D, this F1 car, as well as these particle trails kind of coming down and tracing the facade of the stage there. The other look that I worked on there was what we called the flag look. And I'll show you that, just the render that we did for that. So this one was mainly just a full frame of the car, and then gets taken over They wanted this kind of particle flag to kind of come on, transition on, but still adhere to the shapes of the stage. They wanted this flag not just to be a waving flag projected on the stage, but again, incorporating the stage design, be kind of stitched into the stage itself. So we get all this little stitching of cloth within the stage. So today I'll go over kind of how we set up those two looks. I did the presentation yesterday, basically the same thing. Yesterday I kind of started with the cloth and went into a little more detail with that. Today I'll kind of start with the pyro, the airflow look, go into a little bit more detail with that, but I'll touch on the cloth at the end of the presentation also. So we'll go ahead and get started in Cinema here, if I come in here. So for this airflow look, we had to think, okay, what are we going to use to kind of create this smoke trails? And luckily this new version of pyro had just come out, and I was really excited to get into that and use that. I thought it would be the perfect solution for this look, creating these fluid smoke trails that can come in and move over this car. So I'm going to start with a car model that we had. And this car model, you can see, is nice and detailed. But what we want to do anytime we're working with any kind of dynamic simulation, we want to keep any colliding geometry or anything that's behaving with the fluids very light, so that these calculations won't take a long time to kind of run through. So what we can do with this car is let's just create a proxy version of it, so that it's not calculating all these little bits and pieces of detail in here, stuff that's not really going to add to the overall look once the dynamics are flowing over this, but it will add to the calculation times. So I want to simplify this car. If I go and look at the different pieces in here, you can see I'll just be able to select kind of the broad strokes, and let me just kind of pull out some of the major sections here, like the fins. I want the stuff that's going to create some airflow. So like the tires, I grab those. And you can see just by selecting those few objects, and I pull these out just to see, that's going to give me my major, the major contours and shapes of the car. And then I can leave out all this other detail out of the calculations. So I'll undo that. I'm just going to pull these out of the hierarchy and create a copy of these pieces. So if I open up the hierarchy here, you'll see all these pieces. If I hold Control and drag, I can create a copy. I'll pull a copy out of that hierarchy and go ahead and hide this, what I would call my hero car, my main car. So all these other pieces now, if we look, we got a nice simple shape. I'll simplify this even more. I can get rid of the wheels that are in here too, so I'll blow these wheels away. Just delete these. Great. All right, so that's much better, much cleaner. But if we look at the wireframe, if I go up to display and go to my hidden line, you'll see I've got still a very dense mesh of polygons here. It's great for a detailed model, but again, when you're running some dynamic calculations through this, the less polygons, it's going to be much faster. So we can reduce these polygons to get a faster calculation time, make it much easier to work with. And the easiest way to do that is if we just create a connect object, so that Cinema will see these all as one piece. I'm going to drag all these into the connect object. Now Cinema will recognize this as one object. And this one object now I'm going to drop into a remesh. So the remesh is going to retopologize this geometry according to whatever mesh density I set down here. I'll go ahead and drop this in. You can see it's calculating down here. It's pretty quick. And then it's going to give us a new mesh based on this density setting here. You can see it's already kind of retopologized it. And what's great about this remesh option, it's using one of ZBrush's algorithms to retopologize the thing, and it gives this very clean quad geometry that's very nice to work with. So I can drop this down to half, and very quickly you get a much lower poly version of your model. There it is, half the polys now. Now even that is pretty more dense than what we need probably. Let's drop this down to something like 10% and really go down. And now we're getting a nice, clean proxy model that we can work with. It's going to be much quicker for all our collisions. All right, this is great. I'll bake this down one more step. So if I just go right here and go to current state to object, I can knock this down so it's just a single poly object, no more calculations being done or anything. Turn this off. just in case I want to go back to it later. And I'll just call this proxy car. There we go. Okay, so now when we got our proxy car set up, now we can start playing with the pyro settings and playing with the smoke settings to kind of get the look that we want. So if I go into my objects here, I'll just create a plane, and I'm going to use this as my kind of my emitter. So I'll call this emitter. And I'll change the orientation so it's pointing down the length of the car here. And now I'm just going to pull this out so I got a little headroom, runway for the smoke, and then just kind of resize this to whatever size I want this emitter to be, kind of just to cover the front of the car. Something like that. We can always go back and reshape this later, but let's just find something that's kind of something in that area. All right, so pyro, very easy to start working with. All we need to do is, I'm just going to right click on my emitter, and I'm going to go to simulation tags, and it's right here under pyro emitter. So I'm going to go ahead and click that. It's going to add a pyro tag on here. It's also going to give me this pyro output object. And all this is a kind of a shortcut to the scene settings. So here, pyro scene, you see it's linking to the scene settings. That's all it's doing. So you don't have to dig into your actual project settings to get to all these different values that you can change. All right, so now with that, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my quick shading again, and if I just hit play, you can see, boom, right away we've got nice smoke fire that we can start playing with. Very cool. So what we want to do is come into our tag and start messing with these settings. The basics of pyro, like the basic idea is your density is kind of like your smoke, and your temperature is like your flame and your fire. Just think of it like that. So in this instance, we don't really need any flame or fire. We're just going to be dealing with smoke trails. So I'm going to turn off temperature. And now if we hit play, you'll see that this just turns into smoke. So now we got just smoke to deal with. So we can start adding some forces in here to start getting this blowing along the car. So if we look up here in my simulate menu under forces, so you've got all these forces we can start playing with. I'm just going to want a wind to kind of simulate this wind tunnel effect. Bring in a wind, and if we hit play, I'm not going to see much right now because this wind strength isn't very high by default. So we're going to go for this scene. I should also mention, very important to mention when we're starting a scene like this, to make sure your scales are right. When you start dealing with these kind of simulations, the scale of the scene is very important. You want the scale to kind of mimic the real-world scale of whatever it is you're trying to do. In this case, a car. We wanted to make sure if we drop in a figure here, then we could see scale-wise this is pretty accurate to a figure. It doesn't have to be perfect, but as long as it's in this realm, your simulations will behave more like what you think you would. Sometimes you get a model from someone else and it's humongous or it's super tiny. You want to make sure you get your scale set before you start messing with simulations and stuff like this. All right, so now we got our wind. Let's go ahead and pump the strength of this wind up. I like to just do about times 10 to really kind of push it to the extreme and see if it does anything. So now we're starting to see some wind blowing here. Even that, we can really start pushing that even more. I'm going to do another times 10, 500. And now we're going to start seeing it really starting to blow through this car. Now, it's not hitting the car yet because we haven't added any collision to the car. But at first I want to kind of get the look of the smoke getting a little closer to what we want. And then I'll go ahead and add the collision in. Let's see. I might push this smoke even a little bit further. Let's go to like 1,000. Really get it moving. Okay, so we can see that smoke is still very kind of turbulent in here. There's a lot of noise and roiling kind of smoke look. What we want is more just a very smooth stream of smoke coming out as if it's like a very clean wind tunnel effect. And then once it hits the car, that's when we'll get it kind of a lot more motion in there. So I'm going to just run through the settings real quick and just kind of turn off anything that's giving it this extra noise or turbulence in there. So if we look near the bottom of the settings here, we can see color, temperature, don't need to worry about any of that. But here we got noise enabled. I'm just going to turn that off. Just get rid of the noise altogether here. If we take a look now, see it's a little less noise, but it's still there. You got additional settings within the pyro output too. So you can come into here and there's all these other settings you've got to kind of take a look at also. Here you can see turbulence. So it's turbulence strength. I'm going to turn that down. vorticity. Vorticity is kind of how much motion is within the smoke itself. I'm going to turn that down to nothing. And then setting those off, now you can see now we've got a much smoother smoke coming out. It's got a little bit of motion, turbulent in there, but still okay with that. You can also see it's starting to get a little steppy in here, and that's just because every frame it's kind of calculating there. But we can adjust that by coming up to our settings here. And in our main settings, we got, see, voxel size and substeps. So voxel size is important. This is kind of determining the resolution of your simulation. So just be aware of, kind of what it's defaulting to. And again, for this scene scale, about 5 is kind of mid-range. If we go up to 10, it's going to be faster, but it's going to be less accurate. You'll see it gets a little blobby. It'll start getting blobby when your voxel size is too high. You start dropping this down. If we go to like 2, now you're going to see a much more detailed simulation, but it is going to slow it down because you're adding that many more calculations in. So you want to find kind of the happy medium while you're working with it, and then you can always increase the resolution once you kind of get happy with where it's going. So we'll keep it at 5, and then with the steppiness there, you can increase the substeps here. So if I just go up to 1 substep, now you're going to get a smoother emission here. There we go. So we're already kind of getting something nice and smooth here. Let's go ahead and add some collision into the car. So if I go to the proxy car, I can right click on this and go to simulation tags, and all I got to do is add a collider to this whole piece. And now the smoke will see this as a collision and go ahead and hit this and move over the car in a very cool dynamic way. So really quickly you can create some cool looking stuff by just, moving this smoke through a nice model like this. And again, this is what you can kind of see. You start to see the boxiness. That's just the voxel size again. If we go into our pyro settings, again, we can drop this down. Let's try it like 2. And see how that looks. And now you're going to see we get a much more detailed smoke look coming through. Very cool. Now it's fallen off a bit quickly. I'd like to see it hang out a little bit more before it kind of dissipates away. So we have dissipation settings as well in the pyro output. If you go to scroll down here, you see combustion, and there's dissipation there. So we're dealing with the density, the smoke. So I'm just going to decrease the amount of dissipation on here so that it hangs out longer. I'll cut this in half, go to maybe 3.5%. Let's see. And now, now it's hanging out much longer. I'm going to maybe up these voxel size just a little bit for us right now while we're still kind of playing with numbers. We'll go to something like 4. You can see how much quicker the simulation is just by previewing the voxel size a little bit lower. But now we're getting all this cool stuff happening behind the car. Set up a nice angle and you get all this cool stuff happening. Great. So once we kind of got to this point, we were getting happy with where the smoke was going. We're thinking, okay, what else can we do with this? We thought, okay, maybe this single smoke emitter coming out is pretty dense. Maybe it covers the car a little too much. So let's see, let's try to do a few individual streams instead of just one large stream. Can we split it up like that? So what we tried was, let's take this emitter that's quite large right now, and let's just get it down to a much smaller size, let's say like a 10 by 10. And then, one single stream now is going to come out. All right, great. Do you see that smoke kind of thickness coming off of this geometry here? That you can also control with this, is it in here or it's in the tag? It's in the tag. Surface thickness. So you can see the surface thickness itself is going to come off 10 centimeters. So if we reduce this down to like something like 3, now you can see it comes out much thinner stream, which sometimes is good. Again, that's going to affect something like how fast it dissipates again, because the amount of density that you've got is just lessened. So maybe we want something like 5, and maybe I'll increase the density a little, or the dissipation again a little bit more. Let's drop this dissipation down to like 1%. And then this single stream will now hang out even more. I'm going to drop this down even more. Let's go like 0.1%. And a lot of this, you're just starting to play with values. And there's a ton more settings in here you can come and play with. Different solvers that you can just move between. But it's so quick and easy to use. It's very fast to just switch between different modes, and you can kind of art direct that way. So I like where this is going. I'm going to maybe move this a little closer, but then I'm going to drop this into a cloner object. So if I hold Alt, now I can create a cloner with these in there. And I don't necessarily want a grid like this, but let's maybe go to like a honeycomb, and I'll just bring this sizes way down so it's still covers roughly that same area, but we get this nice little grid in here, and maybe just a few less pieces. 5 by 5, something like that. Yeah, that's good. Maybe one less thing. Yeah, something like that. All right, so now once we put this in a cloner, when I hit play, you'll see we don't get any smoke anymore, because now the cloner is what's kind of generating the geometry. That's what we have to put the pyro tag on now. So all we need to do is move the pyro tag off of the emitter onto the cloner, and then that will generate our smoke. So there you go. Now we've generated a number of different streams of smoke coming in to get a much more stylized kind of look. And we're still getting all this cool collision and everything. All right. So that was our basic approach for this, playing with the settings, tweaking it just till we get a nice motion that we really liked, and just kind of ran through that for 30 seconds or however long we did it. Once you get something you're happy with, you can come into the pyro settings here, and under cache, you can go ahead and cache this out, and it'll write a VDB sequence that you can then use anywhere else. If you're rendering in something else or an older version that doesn't have pyro, it'll still read that VDB sequence, so you don't necessarily need pyro. You can use this to create some of these cool effects and then cache out a VDB sequence, which is kind of what we had to do on our end anyway, because we needed to render with an older version. So I'll open up the scene here. This is one where we already pre-cached a little bit of this, so you can see this is kind of what a cache simulation looks like. And you can just click and drag and move, nice and quick. And then when it came to time to render this, we rendered this part of this in Redshift, part of it in Octane too, but I'm going to go ahead and just load up Redshift so we can see how it looks when we render this. I'll stock this in my viewport here, and if I just load up the scene, as you can see, we just have a car. We don't see the actual streams yet. And the only thing we need to do to tell Redshift to look at this pyro is we just need to add a material onto the pyro settings object here. So if we go to materials, it's just this one material for in Redshift. We go Redshift materials. It's called pyro volume. It's very appropriately named here. So pyro volume we're going to put on the pyro object. And as soon as we do that, boom, now we can see it show up in the render here. And then within this material, now we've got all these settings that we can control the look of and color of this smoke. So if I just want to go to my scattering and add in a nice kind of magenta color here, hit OK. Now you can see you can colorize the smoke. Scatter coefficient is basically the strength of it. It's how much scattering you get. So it's, just pump this up a little bit, get it really stylized, and then we can mix that with the amount of scatter with the absorption. Scatter and absorption kind of work a little bit differently, but you can mix these two together to kind of really get something, really some interesting looks here. And again, play with the amount of that, see how much it's absorbing the color versus how much is scattering through there. All right, and then, we can add a nice reflective floor in here if we want. You can come in to your Redshift camera. If we look through this, and then I can go to maybe my lens effects and override my bloom and just get a nice kind of glow in here. So this is kind of what we did just to create this hyper stylized look that we ended up using for this piece. All right, so that's basically how we did the pyro setup for the LED screens. For the stage faces, we used a X particle system. So I'm going to close this one out, close this one out. And just real quick, I'll just show you the X particle system that we used for this. It's basically an emitter here that's looking at the top edges. And if I just play through this, it's just emitting from the top edges. It's got a tracer on it, or a XP trail on it to create the trails. And all the motion is derived from this one flow field that we use in the dynamics there. And then it's basically just a little turbulence, and this is the real trick. It's this long spline effector that's in here. And we're just feeding it all these little splines right here, like this contour shape, this one, this one, this one, all these. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe a dozen splines in here that we dropped into the flow field. And that's basically gonna channel how these particles are flowing. So without doing any kind of additional tracing or telling it to follow this specific spline or anything like that, we just put these splines in the flow field, and it generates this nice field of motion that the particles could then just move through, right? And then lastly, we just put this on a follow surface, just so that these particles stick to the surface of the facade. And that was basically it. It was a few little settings there for X particles to create these streams that kind of came down and covered the facade shape. And the motion matched the contours of the shape, which is one of their specific requests that they want. All right, so I'll go ahead and get into now a little bit more of the cloth stuff. That was kind of the pyro section. The other look we did was, again, that cloth, and that was also presented some challenges, mainly having this dynamic cloth adhere to the shape of the stage and kind of be stitched into these contours of the stage. So I'll close this out. Go ahead and start with like a clean scene here. All we've got is a couple area lights and a dome light redshift camera, which is giving us this flat on view. This is kind of what we rendered from. Our final output was this large canvas, and then this was just flat projected onto the stage. But if we look at, I'll go ahead and hop out of the redshift camera here. Again, we set up this scene not to be necessarily a real world scale in this case. If I drop a figure in, you'll see that guy's huge. But we wanted the cloth simulation to be similar to just a very large checkered flag. Not necessarily a building-sized checkered flag, because I was a little concerned about how that might look with the dynamic cloth, but just a very large flag. So that's kind of the scale I set this scene up to be. So we can still recognize this as just a large piece of cloth. The first thing we wanted to do was kind of, the ask was to have this piece come on as particles and then attach to the stage and then billow within the stage shapes. So we wanted to kind of split these processes up a little bit. We didn't necessarily want the transitions on and off of this to be built into the cloth simulation for a number of reasons. That would just be, an extra complications in there. And then if they change the timing of when these transitions came on and off, it would affect the entire simulation. We'd have to go and resim the whole thing. So rather than that, we thought, okay, let's just make a length of cloth sim that's going, and then we'll do the transitions afterward, and we'll figure it out. So that was the idea going into it. So just setting up the cloth sim to kind of run, we're going to go ahead and create some geometry for this cloth to work on. And again, the idea was just want this thing to kind of billow out and kind of be like a large parachute, but that's stitched into the shape of the stage, and it's kind of pushing out on towards the audience. So we wanted to kind of almost fill it with air, and we knew the new cloth system has this new ballooning effect. So we're like, okay, great, we can use this balloon effect to kind of fill it out with air and push it out. So to use that, you need to use a piece of geometry that has volume. The ballooning effect won't work with like just a flat plane. You need some kind of volume inside so that it can fill out like that. So we need to use a cube to start with instead of a flat plane. It doesn't need to be that thick. We could just get a thickness of 1. And I'm going to just move this so that it covers the entire stage shape and resize it about like there. And I'll go ahead and put in some nice even values there based on this rough placement. And same with kind of where it is here, 175 or so. We just kind of want it to cover the entire stage shape. All right, that's looking good. Now I'm going to go into my wireframe view so I can start playing with how many segments are in this piece. If we look at my hidden line, I'll go ahead and hide that stage so we get a clean view. You see it just starts as one polygon. And the cloth system is going to need a lot more polygons to work with. It works with however many polygons you give it. Right? You give this 4 pieces, and you're going to get a big rough shape. So we want a lot of segments to work so that the cloth can actually have the detail that we want. I'm going to just crank up the number of segments here, and even that, we're going to have to go way higher than that. So I'm going to go in, let's say like 100 and 50 maybe, and I might even go like 200 here. Okay. And what's nice is you can put the cloth on parametric objects like this cube, so you can change the number of segments later on. If you get a cloth that's looking nice, but it just needs more detail, you can go ahead and crank those segments up even more, and the cloth will update and just give you all that more detail. But you want to start with something, again, kind of a happy medium, so you get something that's still efficient and quick, but still kind of gives you the look that you want. So this is a nice kind of even number of polygons there. We'll start with this, and we'll just go ahead and start putting some cloth into play. So again, just like the Pyro tab, it's under the Simulation Tags menu here, and there we're just going to add some cloth. Now if we hit play, you'll see this just will drop out of frame here. Go ahead and look at my quick shading for this. So we want to turn off gravity first so that this doesn't just drop out of frame for us. So I'm going to go to my project settings. So if we hit Control D, that's going to bring up your project settings here. I'm just going to go under Simulation, Scene, and there's your gravity for the whole scene. I'm just going to turn this off, 0, and now this will play right here nicely. All right, so we're not getting any motion right now as we're playing because there's nothing affecting this cloth anymore. There's no gravity, there's no other forces. We want to start adding some forces in so that we get some of this nice billowy motion that we want to play with. So I'm going to go up to my Simulate menu under Forces, same forces we use for Pyro, same stuff you can use for the cloth. They can interact with each other. I'm just going to bring in a turbulence this time so that I can get some nice motion in here. And we're not seeing too much right now. Again, the strength, we might need to crank up. So again, I'm going to go into my object and maybe, again, pump up the strength. Let's go like 50 and give it some scale. All right. So now we're seeing some cloth motion in here. And what I could do is maybe double up these turbulences. I like to do maybe a turbulence that's got a smaller scale and then one that's got a larger scale so that you can vary this up and you're not dealing with one kind of size there. So maybe another turbulence where we got a much larger scale. And that's really going to start to pull and move this. Maybe the strength is way too high on that now. You can bring that back. But now we're getting some nice motion on there. All right. So once we kind of get just a rough turbulence motion there, I want to start playing with that balloon effect that we were talking about. We want this billowing out. So let's see if we just go into our cloth here, and I'm going to go into my balloon settings here and turn that on. You see when we do that, we're not going to get much right now because this overpressure is just set to 1. We want to crank this value so it really fills up and inflates. Go ahead and go up to 20. And now it's going a little bit more, but let's push it even further. 60. Now it's filling up nice. Now it's like a big kind of loose pillow there. But this is giving us more kind of the billowy effect that we want. And let me go ahead and look at my hidden line again. There we go. So now we can look at, maybe if we wanted to loosen this up a little bit more, we can look at some of the other settings in your surface. You've got this bendiness in here. This is going to be kind of like the stiffness. A lower value of bendiness is going to be a stiffer kind of cloth. In this case, we want this very loose and flowy, so we can really crank this value up. This is just going to allow the polygons to bend and twist a little more easily, giving you a lot more kind of detail in the motion. So you see you getting all this nice little creases and stuff in there. All right. So once we have the cloth kind of just a basic, all right, we got some basic motion in there, we got it ballooning up. Now what do we do to get it to stitch into the stage faces? Well, one of the nice features in the new cloth system is you've got in here in the simulation tags this connector tag. And what the connector tag is going to let the cloth do, it's going to tell it to attach itself to any other dynamic objects within a certain radius. So we bring this in, you see it's going to have a search radius for us. So we play with this, we're not going to see anything right now, and that's just because we are, slowing down on me. Oh, I might have froze up a little bit here. I'm going to try shutting this down so that it unfreezes for me. Hung up on something. Let me kill it. Sorry about that. That happens sometimes. All right, let's get back to where we were. Turn on the autosave function. Use the autosave all the time. Okay. Let's get back to where we were real quick. Close out of this. Come on. Yeah. All right. Let me open this scene back up. And real quickly, just get back to where we were. I'll run through this real quick again. You guys don't have to sit through the whole thing too much longer. Let's see, what was it? 1150 by 320 up to what? 175. There we go. Let's do a cloth tag on it. Turn the gravity off. There we go. And some forces. Here we go. Turbulence, strength, scale, strength, scale. There we go. Wow. Segments. That's what happens if you don't have any segments. Let's go 200 by 100. Turn this off. Check my lines. All right, okay. And balloon. Bendiness. And balloon. Oh yeah, it's 60. All right, there we go. Now we're back in action. Cool. So, attaching to the stage. All right, back to it. Attaching to the stage. Connector object. Connector objects are attached to any dynamic objects in the scene, right? So what we want to do is create some splines around the stage contours wherever we want our stitchings, and we're going to make those splines dynamic so that the cloth will attach to it. I'm going to turn this cube off right now. In fact, I don't want it to be named cube. Let's name it flag. So it's proper naming, so we know what we're doing here. All right, so I'm going to unhide the stage here. And what I want to do is start peeling off some of these edges and create splines from them. And then these splines, that's what we're going to ultimately make dynamic. So to do that, you just go into our polygons mode right here. Now we can affect the polygons of this stage. And if I go up to select, I like to use like the outline selection, something like this. So it's just going to select the outline of these islands of polygons. It's great. It makes it nice and easy to select just the outer edges there. And then I can right click at this point and just do edge spline. And that's going to create a spline from those edges. Now I can work with this single spline. I'll go ahead and hide this. The one thing that we want to be aware of when we're doing something like this, specifically using the connection tool, is the connector object is going to connect it to the points of the spline, right? And it's going to connect it to the points as well as the intermediate points of the spline. So if I look at the spline points, you'll see I've got a bunch of points here. No points down here because it's just a straight line. This is just based on how the geometry was segmented, kind of how you get this point distribution. But in addition to the visible points we've got here, Cinema has intermediate points. It's how it internally interpolates these splines to kind of tell it how to create shapes or how much curve it's got, whatever. And that's what you can see here, intermediate points. This setting on the spline kind of creates the internal point distribution. You don't see them on here, but they're there. So again, knowing that the connector object is going to connect to all the points, including these intermediate points, ideally we want a nice even distribution of points all around this spline so that we get nice even stitching. If we stitched to this, we might get a nice even stitching all around here, but here we wouldn't get any stitches, right? There's no points there. And even if we look at intermediate points, we're not going to see them. The way I like to visualize the intermediate points is just to throw this into like an extrude object, because the intermediate points are going to show up as polygons that are being created from them. So you can see here there's no polys created because there's no intermediate points in here. If we change the intermediate point setting from adaptive, which is being created based on the angle of the points, to something like uniform, now you can see all the extra polygons that are created because internally we've told Cinema, all right, you need to create all these little other intermediate points. Now this is probably way too dense. We don't need it this dense. We can drop this, maybe this number down to like 1. Now we've created kind of a nice even distribution of points around this spline. So this is what's going to be stitched to. So this is what we wanted to do. This is the process we go through. Pull out a spline off the shape, just kind of run it through an extrude just so we can kind of see what the point count is and adjust the uniform number of points so that we get a nice even distribution of intermediate points all throughout. So I won't go through that whole process now. We've done it already. There's all our spline outlines here. You can see this is everything that we've pulled off the stage, and we flattened it out to a single plane just so it's easier to work with. If I run through these, you can see they've all got a uniform point setting of varying numbers just based on how that spline shape came out. Okay, so all our point distribution should be nice and set. Now, I'm going to want to make these, again, dynamic objects. It's going to look for dynamic objects, not just any objects. So I'm going to make all these splines dynamic. I'm going to go ahead and select all of them. If I right-click, I can just go to Simulation Tags, and I can just make them ropes. And ropes will be now their dynamic objects. There we go. And now if I turn my flag back on, now I'm going to add that connector tag. So let's go back to Simulations Connector. There we go. And now if I adjust this search radius, we still don't see anything here. We want to go ahead and click this little Update Live button. And that now is going to allow us to see where all these connections are taking place. Right? Every little stitch you can see here is visualized. And that's great. Now we can just play with our search radius and see this update everywhere where this stitching is going to happen. So we just want to increase that search radius till we get a nice even distribution of stitching through here. That looks pretty good. And now when we go ahead and hit play, there you go. So now we can see, all right, our cloth is stitched and attached to the ropes now, but the ropes themselves are going crazy because they're also being affected by the turbulence in the scene here. So what we want to do is have these ropes be dynamic, yet not move. We want them locked in place. So what we could do is in the rope tags, come in here under this mix animation menu, we've got this with pins right here, and that's basically going to pin this into place. So we could just turn that on. We just want to keep it at 100% because we want it pinned all in place, but you have the option to adjust the strength of this. If you want something where you want it slightly locked into place, you can just adjust that influence and have, complete control over how much these other forces are affecting it. In this case, we're going to keep it at 100%. Now I'm going to hit play, and now you can see now it's locked onto this stage. So now we've in effect stitched this cloth to the stage. Okay, at this point, now we want to kind of come in and start adding some more detail. Now that we see, okay, this is kind of how the cloth is going to look when it's on the stage. We lost a lot of the kind of extra creases and details that we had because now we only have, a few polygons to work with in here. So the first thing I want to do is, like we mentioned before, just increase the resolution, increase the segments of this so that we get more detail working in these smaller areas. Really, these smaller areas are all we're going to see. These big areas are just extra cloth that's not going to be seen on the stage anyway. So I'm going to go to my flag and double the number of segments here. Let's go 400 by 200. So increase that density even more. And now when I hit play, going to take just a second to calculate all the new segments. There they go. But now what happened? We lost all our stitching. So what happens with this, the way the stitching works is when you change the point count of an object in any way, this connector is not going to like realize what you've done. It's going to still try and connect to all the old points. So you see how all the connections have gone haywire here. All you need to do is come in here and just refresh the search radius so it kind of goes, oh, let me look for the points again. There they are, and finds the new points on the more detailed mesh that we've created. So I'm going to go back to my flat 0 position here, and we just need to play with this. I could drop the search radius more since we have so many more points in there. We don't need as high of a search radius to get that even stitching. So let's just go something like, I don't know, 3 or so was a pretty good number. All right, so now we've updated where the stitching is taking place on our higher res mesh. Go ahead and hit play here, and it should give us a much more detailed simulation there. Now we can see we're getting a lot more cloth look in here, and it's still getting kind of stretched pretty thin. The balloon effect is nice, but it's almost too much. It's almost stretching this to the point where we're losing any kind of creases or bends and stuff in there. So what we could do is in the cloth tag on surface, you've got this target length option. Now this is great if you want to add in, you tell it. Now right now it's trying to keep all these polys at kind of 100% of what they were. But for this cloth to kind of fold and bend in on itself, we can increase this length so it allows, again, all this more play. If we just go to like 120%, and now we can check out how that looks. Now you see all this extra length that's in the cloth itself, so it allows for all this extra bending and creasing. That might even be too much. Let's go to like 110%. Doesn't have to be crazy. Let's see how that looks. All right. So now we're getting a lot more detail and creasing within all these little sections here. Cool, I'm gonna go ahead and look at my shading so I can see how this starts to look at the shading, quick shading here. You can see it's starting, it looks great from up here, or way back here, right? But you get up close and it starts breaking down. A lot of this shading is, you can kind of smooth out in the smoothing tag. If I go to the smoothing tag and crank the angle there, that's gonna smooth out a lot of those artifacts. But even still, again, this stage being as humongous as it is, we want a lot of detail in these little areas. So a couple ways we can add more detail without necessarily adding to the simulation and the calculation times is just to subdivide it after, subdivide the simulation itself. So what we've got here is working pretty well, but we can drop this, for example, into a cloth surface object. So with the flag selected there, I can go to my generators, and if I hold Alt, it's going to create a cloth surface as a parent of that. And right away you see it's got subdivisions in there, and this cloth surface is specifically for cloth, so it's going to subdivide it without rounding it at all. So you can add subdivisions like this and get a much smoother result. Right? Much more detail in there. Another way of doing it, which I like to do more than this way, is if we use a renderer like Redshift or Octane. I'll go ahead and load up my Redshift render view so we can see this, and dock this in the viewport here. I'll load up this as the render, let it load the scene. There it goes. Okay, so right now what we're seeing is kind of what's in the viewport. Looks okay, but again, if you get in tight where this is going to be a huge screen, right, you're starting to see some artifacting in there. Now the cloth surface subdivisions will help that, but the only drawback to that is you're subdividing in your scene. So you're adding the polys in your scene. So it might slow down your editor a little bit. you're adding more to the scene. A better option is to use a render tag. So if I drop a redshift render tag in there and I go to geometry, I can say override and turn on this tessellation option. And you can see what happens here is now it smooths all that out, because basically it's telling it, all right, you're going to subdivide this, but it does it all at render time. So you're not adding anything to the scene. You're keeping your scene nice and efficient, but just on render time, Redshift is going to subdivide this so many more times than you would be able in your scene and give you all this nice detail in here. Now you can see how close we can get, still all nice and smooth because of that extra tessellation that Redshift is giving you. All right, so that was the basic idea for creating the cloth. Now what we want to do is, once we kind of were happy with the cloth, again, you could start playing with more effectors here, running some wind through it, get it to buff it a little bit more. But this is pretty close to the final result that we came up with. So now what we did at this point is we want to cache this simulation out so that we can start manipulating it as far as this particle transition that we wanted to come on, right? So the way you do that is in your cache, or in your cloth tag, you can go over here to cache and then cache it this way. Caching it in the tag here is going to save the cache in the tag in the scene. So for example, our simulation was about 30 seconds long. It ended up being around something like 11 gigs for that full simulation. So that's a pretty large scene file if you're saving that every time you save, it's got to write 11 gigs, right? Especially with autosave on, every 5 minutes saves 11 gigs. It gets really difficult to work like that with the cache saved in the scene. So alternatively, what we can do is, if we right-click on this, we can go bake as Alembic. And now if you bake this as an Alembic, it's going to cache this out, but save it as an external file. So it saves this 11 gig file out to an ABC Alembic file. And then we can just read that file in, keeps your scene file nice and small and efficient, and you can just reference this larger simulator cached. So what I'll do here is I'll just close this down and open up the fresh scene that we started with. And you can see I've got an Alembic file already pre-cached out here for us. I'll go in here, scenes, flag, and drop in this Alembic file. Hit OK, default, there we go. And then if I scrub, you can see we've got all that cloth cached in there, and it's giving us all this nice, very quick simulated scene. Great. So now I'm going to grab this, copy it, and just paste it into my scene. And again, just be aware of where you had it before so you can make sure your coordinates are in the same spot, move it right up into place. And there's our cached scene. Great. No, not that quick shading. Cool. So now we're thinking, okay, we've got our cloth, it's moving around nicely. How are we going to bring this on and off? They want this particle effect. We could use particles, or what's the best way of doing this? Well, happily, our polygon count here is dense enough that if we just manipulate the polygons themselves without messing with particles or anything, you could still get this particle-like look just by messing with these polygons themselves. And MoGraph has a tool called PolyEffects that lets us use MoGraph effectors to affect all the individual little polygons of any object. So we can play with that, see how that looks. This works as a deformer. If you look in the MoGraph menu here, it's at the bottom, PolyEffects. I'm just going to hold Shift to create this as a child. You hold Alt to create objects as parents, Shift to create them as children. So deformers work as children of the objects. So there it is. Now it's like, okay, you want me to affect the polys, what do you want me to do with them? It needs a MoGraph effector to tell it, what do you want me to do with these polys? So I'm going to go into my effectors list here and just create a plain effector. With PolyEffects selected, it's going to know, okay, I'm affecting that. And you can see now it moves all these polygons around. They all kind of explode based on the parameters in this plane effector, right? So if you look at the parameter, it's just saying, oh, I'm just moving this 100 centimeters on the normal here. And I know we're kind of running up on time, so I'll make it really quick. But essentially, this plane effector is now controlling the polygons, which is very cool. And all we want to do to kind of create this transition effect is, instead of it being affecting all the polygons at once, I'm going to turn on, scale, and I can scale this down, uniform, scale it down to nothing. Great, they all go away. But I don't want them to affect all at once. I want to be able to run something through this to transition it on. So we use a field within this plane effector to tell it where the effect is taking place. So if I go to fields, now I can go hit linear field, and there you can see now it's only taking place where this linear field is. So over here, no effect, over here, full effect. And we can manipulate this by spreading this out. And if I want it to go left to right, I can rotate this 180 degrees and start moving this through this simulation. So very quickly and easily, you're able to affect all these polygons of this complex cloth simulation by just having it baked out first, and then doing these effects on top of it. And now we can start playing with, adding in some noise in here, adding in some randomness. If we want to add in like a shader field and add in a noise. Let's see, noise. There we go. Now you can see you got the noise pattern in there. You can come in here, maybe pick favorite noise. This is all just Cinema's regular noises, but you can see affected scale. Now I can see the noise pattern affecting all these polygons. You can make it a little more extreme by affecting the brightness and contrast. Clipping. Yeah, you get something like that. Something kind of organic looking, right? But now if you want to mix this in, I don't want this affecting the whole thing. I only want it affecting where the linear field is affecting, right? So that's just where these, where these fields are kind of mixing here in the plane effector. You see the shader field set to max, so it's affecting everything. If we just set this to overlay, now it will only affect where that linear field is. So now I can move the linear field through, and you can see that noise pattern follows along. So you can create this nice organic, almost particle looking thing just by using simple poly effects and kind of running an effector through it. So while this is playing, you've got all your cloth happening right beneath it as you just kind of bring this on, and it comes in and adheres to the stage shape. And there we go. That was the gist of it. Right? So again, show off just the final output on the stage itself. See just really quickly that flag coming on and off. We just timed. Now we're, again, the advantage of that is we're able to time up that transition to be as quick or as slow as we want, up or down, left or right, any kind of direction, just because it's that simple poly effects running through it. And there we go. That's going to be about it for me. So I just want to say thank you again to Maxon for having me here, and a big thank you to all the other artists. The guys putting the tutorials out and everything online. It makes my life so much easier. And yes, thank you again. Questions or anything? Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff, Kevin. Excellent. Does anyone have any questions about the workflow or comments or things that they found useful or techniques they're about to then take away and then do immediately and save so much time on your next gig? Yes, I can see you all nodding. Yes, that's good. Oh, we do have a question.
So I was just curious if you could use the technique, the Olympic poly effects, plane effector fields to do like a kind of a sci-fi disappear into another dimension effect.
Oh, that's a good question. Question is, could you use the Alembic, those fields effects, to do like a sci-fi disappearing type effect?
Sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Could you use the Alembic and that technique with the fields to do like a sci-fi disappearing effect?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You can layer up all these, the poly effects and stuff like that in these fields to get something a lot more blocky. If you use like a cell noise or something like that, you could start to get something real looks a lot more structured. This fall off effect, I've made it look more organic here, but certainly you could make it look almost however you want. And again, it's this particular one is going to be based off the poly count of that object. So on a higher poly count, you're going to get more dense or more particle kind of look. But if you've got something with lower amount of polygons, it's just going to affect those polygons. But yeah, there's a ton of different looks you can kind of come up with.
That's really cool, especially that particle type look. Plus, you're getting away with these massive big screens without having to spend too much render time on it or
Exactly.
processing time. Yeah,
Yep.
Genius. Fantastic.
Cool.
So, thank you very much, Kevin.
All right, thank you, guys.
And absolutely, thank you. And stick with us because up next is our very own Ian Robinson and Ellie Wade who'll be talking about ZBrush and making it look amazing with Redshift. So they'll be up in a couple of minutes. So see you soon. Hello and welcome back. And if you're wondering why these two next presenters look so familiar, because they are the internet famous Ian Robertson and Ellie Wade from the Maxon training team. And you can catch them showing you amazing techniques every day on the Maxon training team on YouTube. So please log in to see that. And they've got some amazing stuff from more connected workflows. This time it's from ZBrush to Redshift. So take it away, Ian and Ellie.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Simon. It's super awesome to be here. Are you excited?
I'm super excited. Hey, everyone.
Cool. So we're super excited. So what you're looking at right now on the screen is a lightsaber. Now, before anybody questions the color of said lightsaber, I am now a Jedi Master. I trained under Luke Skywalker, and I also know that he trained under Obi-Wan, so I thought I'd honor both of my masters by actually duplicating and kind of creating my own little look and feel to honor what's going on. So this is my current one, and we want to do a nice little product shot for, maybe one day I'll trade up and get another one. I can put it on Etsy or something. So this is actually what we're going to be striving today. Now I'm going to be going through the steps on how I created this completely in ZBrush for hard surface. So let's actually pop on over to ZBrush right here. And you can see I have this basic scene layout here. And so what I'm going to cover is basically how to attain this back panel look. And the same tricks I use for that back panel, you can utilize to make the lightsaber as well. So first things first, let's go ahead, and I'm going to hide everything by holding Shift and tapping that little eye icon. I'm going to come down to the lightsaber, and then I'm going to go ahead and say Insert, and I'm going to insert a plane 3D. Now, if you are a little new to ZBrush, do not worry, because I'm going to walk through and just explain everything that I do. So if I hit Shift F, you can see that this plane has a lot of quads to it, but I actually want to minimize this to keep my life a little bit simple. So what I'm going to do is actually open up Geometry and reconstruct subdiv a couple times. This is actually going to kind of drop down the density of it and give me some lower active points, which is a little bit easier to work with when you're doing hard surface in ZBrush. I'm going to go ahead and delete higher. And now I'm just going to apply a little bit of thickness to this. And the way I'm going to do it is with a Z modeler brush. So I'm going to hit B for brush, Z for Z modeler, and M. So you're going to hear a lot of those hotkey shortcuts as you navigate through the program. And from here, I'm going to hover over this face. And if I press and hold the space bar, you can see here that I have a lot of little menus that I can work with. The way we're going to look at this is actually from the top down to the bottom. So I'm always focusing on this first menu. What is it that I want to do with ZModeler? And what I want to do with it is use QMesh. And then the second one is, what is that QMesh going to do? Notice it's saying a single poly. A single poly means if I hover over any one of these faces and I drag, it's going to go ahead and apply just to that one. And what's really cool is that if I do an action like this and I touch another one, it's going to repeat that action really, really quickly. But that's actually what I don't want. So I'm going to back that up a minute, hover over that poly, press and hold the space bar, and say polygroup all. I'm going to go ahead and just drag this out, giving it a little bit of thickness. Now I'm going to go ahead and snap to the front, and I'm going to hit W to give me the gizmo. What's really cool about the gizmo is that both rotation, scaling, and manipulating, moving, it's all active at the same time. So I can come through here and actually stretch this out a little bit and just kind of, take the actual plane and see if it's something that I want. Now I'm going to turn on my lightsaber, and I'm going to make sure that my lightsaber itself is actually going to pair well with it, because we are going for a little bit of a product shot. So I'm going to say, let's actually have a nice little panel. We can scale this down, and we can get something just a little bit closer to that. So I'm just kind of coming through and making sure that it seems to fit fairly well. Okay, great, wonderful. Now at this point, what I want to do is actually up-res this a little bit, but I don't want the shape itself to change, because we're going to be using a technique called live boolean. Live boolean is a really awesome technique that's going to allow us to actually make quick cuts exactly where we want and manipulate those cuts. So I'm going to come here to the Geometry tab. I'm going to turn off the Smooth Modifier button. When I have this turned on and I divide, notice that my mesh is actually rounding out and smoothing. That's not what I want. I actually want this to stay nice and flat and sharp. So I'm going to turn that off, and then I'm going to divide up a few times. And if I turn Shift F off and on, you'll see now I have a lot more geometry to work with. But I'm going to go ahead and delete lower, because now I have something that's a little bit more manageable for when I make my final cuts. Now what I'm going to do is actually activate live boolean at this time But let's go ahead and grab just a random shape. It doesn't matter. We're going to grab just a cylinder. And I'm actually going to go ahead and change my brush to B, I, and T. This is our insert IMM primitives. And if I turn on the gizmo, I can actually use the arrow key and navigate to something more what I would like. And we're going to kind of play with some Imperial decorative components here. So I'm going to grab this guy here. Now I said I'm going to turn on live Boolean. And now I'm going to scale this down. And what's really neat is that when live Boolean is turned on, notice nothing's happening, right? We're just kind of intersecting. Woo! Nothing, right? Well, if we focus over here by hitting Shift M for the magnifying glass, on this object I have a couple options. I have a welding option, or basically, just basically merging two objects together. Then I have a subtractive and then an intersect. With live Boolean turned on, if you look at my screen and I click the subtractive, notice we kind of get this anti-aliasing effect. When I turn off the wireframe, you'll now notice that I can move the shape around, and it's actively and lively giving me a preview of what that cut's going to look like. And this is a really effective way to pop a hole through anything within ZBrush. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to go ahead, come over here, scale this down. Now it disappeared for a second because we're actually working with a mesh, so you could turn that wireframe back on, really stretch this out for a second so we can see that. And now I'm going to go ahead and just navigate this a little bit over here and get something maybe like that. Now I want to stretch this, but if I go ahead and start stretching, notice that the roundness at the top is deforming. I want to preserve that as much as possible. So instead of using the gizmo for this, I'm going to turn off live Boolean and hit the wireframe with Shift F. You'll see here that my geometry for the shape is really, really low. Well, this is actually going to be a good thing because I can come up here, pressing and holding Control or Command if you're on Mac, and picking the mass lasso. And I'm going to isolate this top section, turn the gizmo back on, and now I can go ahead and stretch that down a little bit. When you're doing any hard surface in ZBrush, ZModeler and Gizmo, they're like best friends. They want to hang out on the weekend and while you're working just to get you in trouble, but you're going to get really good results with them. So from here, always think about ZModeler, Gizmo, hard surface. It's a match made in heaven. And so now that I have a lot more space with this, if I turn the live Boolean back on, you can see here that now I'm getting a really nice shape. Now that's just one spot, so how do we make this a little cooler? And actually, let's scale this down just a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and just center this, scale that down, just give me something like that. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to actually duplicate this a couple times. And I can do this one of two ways. I can either just sit here, and with the gizmo open, I can press and hold Control, and I can drag out a brand new shape. And then while I'm still holding on to this little green arrow, if I let go of Control, I can actually drag this out multiple times. That's one way of doing it. However, there's a cooler way of doing it, I promise. And it's called Array Mesh. So I'm actually going to come over here with that object selected, go to Array Mesh, and I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. I'm going to lock the transpose position and actually the main position. And the reason why I want to do this is I really want to focus on the main position of the first object. Now in ZBrush, the axis is Y is up and down, X is left and right, and Z is depth, right? So from here, what I'm going to want to do is actually repeat this a couple times. So let's say maybe 5 times. And then I'm going to go ahead on the Y-axis, and I'm going to start stretching this out. And you can see here now I have those components there. What's cool about this is that if I turn off the live Boolean and turn on Shift F, notice that my geometry count didn't change, and I'm only seeing the wireframe on one section. That's because this is just giving me a preview of what this would look like when I accept the mesh as a whole. But what's cooler about it is I can actually tap this number, and I can say, you know what, I want that to be a value of 6, and control the distance equally from each other exactly how I want. And then again, I can just turn on live Boolean, and I can say, boom, that's a good shape. And then I can take it a next step further, and I can come over here to Geometry, Modify Topology, Mirror and Weld, and now I have that on both sides. Again, Array Mesh is still working with me, so it's giving me a really cool preview. Now I can combine those techniques, and I can actually go ahead and say, you know what, I can drag this out, and I can do something like that. And again, I'm still working super low. So with the Control drag with the gizmo and Array Mesh, I can get some really cool options. Now from here, what I want to do is just kind of break up the symmetry just a little bit because I feel like this is a little too much. So I'm going to go ahead and come back to Array Mesh. And now when I'm done and I'm nice and satisfied, I can actually go ahead and say Make Mesh. And what you'll see as soon as I do that is that my active points went from 560 to 2080 because now all of those components are actually together and it's real geometry now. So from here, what I want to do is kind of break this up a little bit like I was saying. So I'm going to just go ahead and offset this just a bit, something like that. Actually, you know what? Let's go up a little bit, and I'll show you why in a second. So from here, the reason why I went up is maybe I actually want to flatten this section out. So I'm going to clear this mask. Let's turn off live Boolean again just so we can see the mesh a little bit more clear. I'm going to go ahead and mask off this top port. But before I let go of the mask, if I press and hold Alt alongside of it, notice that that mask selection turns white. Because when that happens and I let go, it's going to do the exact opposite inverse. It's going to select the section that I want and mask everything else. So that's a quick way to come through and manipulate that one spot. And then I can come down and maybe bring this down a little bit. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and just isolate this one section. And I'm going to introduce a new tool called Knife Curve. And Knife Curve is really cool because it's going to go ahead and not only chop this area like this and give me a nice little poly group, but if I had everything visible, but let's say I only had this one masked off. So let's come here, let's mask that off. That was a terrible mask, Ian, right? That was terrible. Don't do that. Great. Now I'm going to come through here. I'm going to chop that. And it's going to cut that down. But notice what it did was it actually rebuilt this section with its own poly group. And that's because the knife curve not just cuts it in place, but again, it's actually rebuilding some geometry for you, giving you a much cleaner cut. Now this is super low resolution, but we're only using this to cut against the actual geometry itself. But if we wanted to quickly and effectively just come on in here and just up-res this a bit before we use live Boolean to make our final cut, what I'll do is same thing, go to geometry. I'm going to go ahead and take that little smooth option down and just going to divide this up a few times. Then delete lower, and now we have just a little bit more resolution for this cut. Now, you notice that the top and the bottom don't quite match with each other, and that's okay. What we can do, we're going to send this to the home position, and I'm going to come up here to mirror and weld, and you notice I mirror and weld from screen left to screen right, but now I want to do that from top to bottom. So I can actually turn on this little y-axis, and then I can go ahead and hit that mirror and weld. Now, it duplicated this because of its current position. So if that ever happens to you where you hit mirror and weld and it's giving you something you didn't quite want, we need to send this to its home position. So I'm going to go ahead and do Alt, send that to its home position there. Hit the home, boop. And now this is world center, and I can go ahead and do that mirror and weld. But you're asking yourself too, well now you got to reset that position. You got to manually go back there and do that. So before we do that option, I'm going to introduce something called home stage or target stage. So boop 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 boop. Give me 1 second. Come on in. Don't you love it when like you're giving a demo and you're like, oh man, where's that one thing?
Forget what things are. Yeah, every time.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
So geometry, hold on 1 second. Stager, there it is, perfect. So now we have the stager position. So what we can do is we can actually send the home stage and say, this is where I want this to live every single time. And when you click that, let's actually put that more in the middle because I'm a little OCD. So I'm going to say home stage right there, perfect. Now again, if I turn on that live Boolean, there it is. But again, I actually want to go ahead and send this to that home position and then do a proper mirror and weld on that duplication. So I'm going to go from here now, and I'm going to send this to its home position, and I'm going to set this as a target stage. And this is what's really cool because I can switch between those two spots. So now I can utilize this target stage. I can go back up to modify topology, mirror and weld on both Y and axis, and then I can go to stager and I can switch back. Done. So this way now I can remember those 2 point in times at any time. I can also just uncheck those if I don't need them anymore. But for this purpose, instead of having to manually move everything, that's a really quick and effective way to go about that. So now that we got this built, let's go ahead and do a quick cut. So I'm actually going to go ahead and put this all in a folder. And we can do this really fast. Instead of coming through the subtool menu and trying to grab everything and then manipulate in a folder, make a folder, drag it, with the gizmo open, I can actually select this nice little transpose all selected subtools, aka the pizza box. I can grab this, and with Shift and Control, I can come through, select just these two objects, and then I can go ahead and say Control F. And it's going to give me this little warning saying, hey, do you want to put these things in a new folder? Yes, I absolutely do. So I'm going to say, yep, no problem. And now I can name that folder, and I can call this my panel. And now everything in that folder is condensed, just those two objects. So now from here, I can go ahead and turn the gizmo off and the pizza box. We're done with that. Turn live Boolean on. And now I can come through here, and I can say merge or Boolean the folder. Once I do that, it's going to give me a brand new mesh that I can now work with. Now again, I'm not worried about geometry or any type of topology at this point because we're not going to animate this. This is simply for a product shot. So all these little triangles and stuff like that, none of that really bothers me. However, we could clean this up if we wanted to. And a way we can go about doing that is I'm just going to give it just a little bit more subdivision just so that it has a better fighting chance. And I can come through here with Z Remesher. Now with Z Remesher, I'm going to give everybody the secret sauce on how I like to use it because it seems to be the best successful, is that I'm actually going to give the target polys a little bit more. I'm going to say something like between 15 and 20 is a good starting spot. And this is because when we have a lot of geometry that we want to remesh, Z Remesher has to look at the mesh integrity itself, and then it has to say, okay, this is how I map the quads. However, if we don't give it enough geometry to start with, it's going to fail. So we're always going to bump this up a little bit more. We're only working with 105,000 active points, but starting at 20 is a really good spot. From here, I'm going to keep adapt turned on, but I'm going to turn the adaptive slider down to 0. And the reason why is because I want the adaptive components of Z Remesher to look at the mesh and say, please place my quads exactly where the mesh is lying. However, I want the quads to be as even as possible. So when it's slid down to 0, all the quads will be even instead of scaling or dropping down the quad size to match the mesh. But it's still going to look at the mesh integrity. And then finally, I turn on keep groups, but I slide this down to 0. And that's because with the smooth groups at 0, if it's higher than that, when you Z-remesh, your mesh will shrink a little bit. And I don't want that either. So I want basically the mesh to stay as true to size as possible. And then from here, I'll be able to project back any details if I had it, which we don't really need to at this time because Ellie over here, she's going to detail it up in Cinema 4D. So now I'm going to go ahead and say Z-remesher. And we're just going to give it a moment to think and look at the mesh and say, how should we make this look as clean as possible? And you see that nice orange bar at the top. It's going to come through, and boom, there we go. We have really nice, clean mesh that I can work with. The shape itself didn't change, and if I would like to, I now can, bless you, I can now go ahead and turn that smooth on. And I also have polygroups here, so I can also say crease by polygroups. And now I can also, if we really want to have some fun, come over here to polygroups, group by normals, which will now, anytime there's a 45-degree angle or plane change, it's going to give me a different polygroup, which now if I combine that with crease by polygroups and I start subdividing, I can subdivide a little bit, giving me a little bit better resolution, but nothing really, I didn't lose those edges. I didn't smooth anything down that I wanted to, even if I had the smooth turned on. So, but for this, I'm just going to keep it, we'll keep it without subdivisions for ease of use. Now from here, before we run out of too much time, let's get some paneling in here real quick. So I'm going to go basically do the exact same thing. I'm going to come in here and do insert, and I'm going to insert a plane. Now we got a giant plane here. So I'm going to go ahead and scale this down. And again, I'm going to turn on the wireframe. And I'm also going to solo this. And I'm going to go to geometry. And again, I'm just going to reconstruct this down to something very, very simple. I'm going to go all the way down to basically nothing. And from here, now just going to rinse and repeat the same steps you just watched me do, except for this time I'm going to come on over. I'm going to place this over here. Maybe scale this down a little bit. Perfect. And now I'm going to maybe duplicate this one. And now at this point, I'm actually going to move this gizmo over here. Maybe stretch this out just a bit, giving me just a little bit of variation. And I'm going to do that one more time. I'm going to scale this one down. Perfect. We'll do something like that. Actually, let's do something a little bit more like this. Boop. Okay. And now I'm going to go ahead and mask off this one corner. But again, you notice how I masked off that one corner, but I didn't hold Alt? This time I can actually just tap with Control, pressing Control, tapping anywhere in this space. It's going to invert that mask for me. And now I can use the gizmo, send this over by just pressing and holding Alt and tapping one time on this little icon. And now I can push this in here. And this is looking pretty good, so I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to clear that mask. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and let's control our polygroups. So I'm going to go polygroups, and I'm going to go auto groups. This way I can select the ones that I would like. And I'm going to reference back to my preview image. And you can see here I had a couple different shapes. But again, because we were actually referencing a bunch of Star Wars stuff, we thought, you know what, we can actually make this kind of our own. So from here, we'll just change it up a little bit. You have the other one. So I'm going to grab this one here. Like I just threw you, and everybody's like, yeah, you can have this one.
You can do whatever you like.
Okay, perfect. It's my world, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to come through and maybe scale this one down. We'll lengthen it a little bit. Send that over here. And again, we're just like having some fun, figuring out what looks good, all this good jazz. And then, you know what? Let's actually scale this one here. Let's blow this one up. And this is actually the power of polygroups, is that at any point in time, if I go to my auto groups, I now can just quickly select one of them. And notice how these edges are actually like, these aren't straight because I pulled from this original one. So a little trick is that you can actually go to our clip curve, and when you have edges that are not perfectly straight but you want them to be, we can actually come through, mask that section off, invert this. I'm going to come through, and let's actually use, I'm using knife curve, let's use clip curve, there we go. I'm going to come through, and that's going to, clip curve is actually going to make me have nice straight edges like such. I can go ahead and push this down just for fun. Again, now I can select this guy, mask it off. I'm going to send this home by pressing Alt, not duplicate it. We're going to go ahead and move this over, and we can actually pull this back. Ooh, look, so we have another one. Yay, let's actually clean that one up. So let's grab this one. Let's move that there. We don't need that one. And now let's grab this piece right here. I'm going to send this over, put this back in line where I had it. Awesome. Something like this. Now, of course, if we wanted to delete anything that we accidentally created or that we decided we don't want, I can actually press and hold Control-Shift and press and hold Alt now and just hide that piece. And I can go to Geometry, and I can go ahead and do a Modify Topology, Delete Hidden. And now just real fast, before I hand it on over, I do want to showcase one thing as we come through. Is I want to give this some thickness, and then I want to show you a really awesome feature called Bevel Pro. So I'm going to give this just some quick thickness. We're going to pretend that it's done. So let's go ahead and Z Modeler. I'm going to say QMesh all polygroups. Again, I did one aspect, but it's identifying all the different polygroups that there are. If you would like to make this all one polygroup at the same time, you press and hold Control and tap W, and then that's going to allow me to drag this out. But if I wanted to add nice bevels across all of these really quickly and not do it by hand, what I'm going to do is actually divide it up a little bit, give me some resolution, maybe a bit more. And now I'm going to go ahead and go to polygroups. And I'm going to go with group by normals, because what Bevel Pro is going to do is it's going to identify all the different polygroups and their connection. And then it's going to go ahead and give me a bevel on that side. So if I go ahead and go up to Z plugin, Bevel Pro, and I open up Bevel Pro, it's going to open up a really nice fun window for me. And now you can see that I have all these like nice red dots, blue dots, and like pink bars. And what this means to you is, if we scale in here real quick, is that where the pink is what it's cutting. So if I actually go ahead and say auto apply, you can see that that pink bar is actually where that's going to be. But if I turn that off for a second, you'll notice that the blue is where the original mesh is lying, the center point of that mesh. The red is where it's actually going to intersect with that current part. And I can even preview what this mesh looks like by going to Preview Edges and actually playing with the resolution slider if we don't want it to be super thick. And I can change between bevels and chamfer at any time. So if I wanted it rounder or sharper, the world is your oyster. You can choose between the two. And now in this state, if I say OK, it's going to utilize live Boolean and generate another mesh. But let's say I don't really want that. This time, I just want this to actually cut. Again, we'll do auto apply, and we'll go ahead and say OK. And now if I go ahead and look and zoom all the way in, you'll see that I have these nice little bevels here. And what this is going to really allow me to do is that when we actually kick it over to Ellie here in just a few minutes, this is going to help with the light capture, and it's going to just bring that product to life a little bit more. And so again, from this point forward, once I'm done and I place everything, I can actually go ahead and hit Go Z, and then that can send it on over to Cinema 4D where we can play with the redshift. Now, so that all those steps I just showed you is exactly what you would need to do in order to create a panel that looks a lot like this. So let's turn everything off, grab this panel right here, this lightsaber, and let's turn this one. Okay, I got that one selected, boom. And so that's how I created this panel here. From this moment forward, now I'm gonna go ahead, I think I'm gonna hand it to you because I finished pretty quick.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sure?
Yeah, you sure you want it?
I'm good.
Okay, cool.
I'm
so
ready.
now we're gonna render this and make this look really awesome. So everybody, Ellie, wait.
Thanks, Ian.
You are welcome.
Okay, hey everyone, how's it going? Let me head over to this project in Cinema 4D, and we're going to render this in Redshift. Whoop whoop. I don't need that, but I do need that. Cool. So I said to Ian, I was like, how much time are we going to have at the end? And he said to me, how much time do you need? And I was like, you know what? I can maybe get this done in 20 minutes. And I thought it would be fun to set myself a little bit of a timer and see if I can recreate this final render in 20 minutes. And actually, if you can see, we have like a 50-minute cutoff. So I'm going to turn this round so you can all see it. I don't think the stream will be able to see, but we've actually got 25 minutes until the end. And that's my new timer. And I'm not even going to be able to see it. So hopefully you can all tell me how much time I've actually got. So we're going to run through this a little bit quickly, but hopefully we'll come up with a really nice looking shot. And now I've already wasted 2 minutes talking, so let me get into it.
Let's go.
Let's go. Cool, so I'm going to start off by opening up my render view. And let me just kick this over to here. Cool. So for now, I've actually just disabled my subdivision surface just because I want everything to be super fast, again, so it can be done in a very short amount of time. And I'm going to start off by throwing in a dome light. So the main thing here, we're going to create a couple of materials for the lightsaber and for the back panel, and then we're going to create some nice looking lighting and get that final shot. And maybe a little post effects as well. Cool, so thrown in a dome light, and let me just grab some textures in here. So all of this stuff, all the textures I'm about to use, apart from the lightsaber, can all be found in the asset browser, but I've saved them to a folder just in case the internet doesn't work. So let me just throw in this HDR image. This is the GI empty room, which you should have access to if you have Cinema 4D. And then I'm just going to rotate it because I want the light to come in from the left-hand side. So as I rotate this round, we can get some nice sort of product lighting here. There we go. Let's leave it like that. And then I'm going to switch off my background just so it doesn't show in the back. Now from here, I'm going to create my materials, and then I'm going to create my lighting. So I'm going to double-click and double-click. The first is going to be our back panel, and the next is going to be our lightsaber. Let's just throw these on to here. So we've got our two back panels, and we've got our lightsaber. So Ian actually textured this inside of Substance, and so I have access to these different texture maps. And if I just double-click, we can see what they look like. And I'm going to show you how we can put these together really, really quickly inside of our node editor.
It's really pretty, isn't it?
It's very pretty. So I'm just going to take all of these, and I'm going to drag and drop them inside my node editor. Let them load. So what have we got? We have our base color, we have our emissive, we have our roughness, metallic, and then our normal. Cool, so really quickly, I went through this in my first presentation, talked a little bit about color space. If you're working in ACES CG, which we are by default, we need to change our color space of our texture maps to ensure that we get the right look. If it's being plugged into a color input, for example, the base color, it needs to be set to sRGB. And if it's controlling numerical data like roughness, it needs to be set to raw. So my emission and my color can be set to sRGB. And then everything else can be set to raw. And we're just going to throw these in. So base color goes to color. Metallic goes to our metalness. Roughness goes to roughness. Emission, the way that we get that, is we can come into our material. We can switch on emission, which is the weight value. Let's do something like 2. And then we need to command click the emission color. And there's a little dot here, tiny little dot. And that's going to add the input for us, where we can then plug our emission. And then finally, we need to add a bump map to tell Redshift that this particular texture is a bump map or a normal map. We then just need to change this input map type to tangent space normal because it's a normal. And then we can plug everything together. Let's make this a little bit smaller in scale. And let's get rid of that so you can actually see what I'm making. Cool, so here we go. And as Ian said, I'm going to change the color of the lightsaber. He explained why at the beginning. Please don't tell me off. I like the blue. I'm very sorry. So I'm going to throw a ramp in. Not in that one. I'm going to throw it in the emission. So let's throw that in there. And I'm going to use the ramp to remap and recolor my emission. Let me just solo that, and we can see what it looks like. And I'm just going to recolor this white knot to be some kind of blue. Maybe something like that.
I like blue. Blue's really cool.
I like the blue. Sorry if you don't like the blue, everyone.
No, it's my lightsaber.
It's my lightsaber.
It's mine, yeah.
It's our lightsaber now. So.
With my mind.
Zoom. Cool, right, so we have blue. We've recolored that. And I'm going to leave it as it is because, I mean, I don't know how much time I've got.
You'll never know.
Let's cut in. What are we on? 18? 19. Okay, let's go. Right, so back panel time. Let's create the back panel. We're just going to really easily add a scratch metal texture just to throw this on the background. Because we want the lightsaber to be the main focus, but we do want some nice little grungy detail. So how do we do that? Well, again, these are just going to be 2 assets from the asset browser. The first of which is going to be a dirt texture, and the next is going to be a scratch texture. So I'm going to drag and drop both of these in. Both of these into here. And goodbye. Cool, so we can use grayscale texture maps to control our different inputs, and then based on the black and white or the grayscale values, we will get varied values of that particular setting, for example, metalness or roughness. And that's what this is going to do. So if you keep an eye on how this looks, I'm going to plug this straight into, actually I'm not going to plug it because it's not UV'd. Really quickly, let me just solo this. We're getting a little bit of a strange projection, but we can actually fix this super quickly. Ian was like, shall I UV it? And I was like, don't worry about it. We've got a triplanar node. So if we get a triplanar node, we can get that, chuck that in. And what it's going to do is going to ignore our UVs, and it's going to fix our projection. Perfect. Who needs UVing? Not me. And then we can plug that straight into our metalness. And you're going to see it's going to really change this look. So we now have our different metalness values. Maybe I'll make it a little bit darker as well. And then we're going to grab our scratches. So let's do the same thing. Plug that inside of here. And then we're going to connect that into our roughness. So perks of working with nodes, you can use them. Let's make it a little bit brighter, actually. We can't really see that. There we go. A bit more. So when working with metalness, how dark the color is will also depend on the metalness value as well. Cool, so we can take these scratches, which are now controlling our roughness, and we can also have it control our bump. So we can use the same one for different inputs. So this is going to go in here, and then we're going to have loads of nice detail. And when we start to add our lighting, it's really going to kind of bring this out. I'm going to invert the bump as well. So at the moment, the height scale is a positive value, so we'd feel like it coming out. But if we do a negative value, it will feel like it's going in, like we've got dents inside of our geometry. So let's go minus 0.1. Maybe go minus 0.5. How are we going? How are we looking for time? What are we on?
Don't worry about it. You're doing great.
We're good? We're doing good? Nice.
Fantastic.
Nice. I like the element. Like, you see me sweat a little bit. It's nice. A little bit of entertainment for you all. Okay, cool. Right, so they're my materials. I'm happy with that, and now I'm going to get into some lighting. So the first thing I'm going to do, actually, is... So these little edge areas these little guys here that Ian created, these need to be emissive. These need to be casting some light through. And at the moment, they don't look like lights. So we can really quickly grab a plane, reposition it just behind here, create a quick material with no base color, throw that on the plane, come down to here, and find our emission. Where's our emission? Here we go. Let's get some emission going on. And we didn't want like a pure white. It's got like a slight hint of yellow.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Ian was giving me loads of like Star Wars facts because I'm going to admit this, I've not seen it.
We're going to change that.
No judgment, please,
We will
from the
change that, I
crowd.
promise.
Cool. So we've got that on there. Now let's do some lighting. So at the moment we've only got our dome light casting this HDR over, sort of coming in from the left-hand side, and it's creating this nice blue hue. And so I want to match. I'm going to create a extra light on the other side with a light to balance it out. And so I'm thinking with a blue, maybe we'll go with like a golden orange color on the other side. So inside of my light menu, let's grab an area light and let's just rotate that a little bit like this. Let's go 90 and let's make it a little bit skinnier. Let's get a little skinny light. We want a little thin light if we're going for a rim light, don't we? So let's put that here. And maybe we come a little bit closer. Let's get into this one. Move this back. Let's go 2 centimeters. I'm gonna pull that back there. So I'm looking at this edge here. That's all I'm looking at. And at the moment it's casting light on everything, but I don't want it to be casting light on the back panel, just on the lightsaber. So inside my area light, if I come to my project, we can choose to include or exclude certain objects. In my case, I'm just gonna include my lightsaber. And now we can see we're just getting this nice light on here. Then what we can do is we can come in, we can control our intensity, which is our brightness, pull that down, and then let's get that nice gold yellow color on there, which matches this nice part here. Maybe go a little bit more yellow. Perfect. Right, now what do we want to do? Well, we've added the plane and the emission in the background, but we're not actually getting light being cast. So we need to add some area lights into these areas here. So again, we're just going to grab ourselves an area light. I'm going to flip that round on the H. So we're going to go 180. And then again, we're going to make it a little bit smaller. And we're just going to throw this in here. Then I'm going to copy and paste that light. And I'm just going to move that to match the other side. Cool. We've got that going on. And then let's just reduce these down to maybe something like 9, and we'll match that slightly yellow color as well. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Okay, cool. Next part. Our lightsaber's on, so we need some light being cast. So we've set up our emission, and we're getting a little bit of a blue sort of glow and light at the top, but let's really intensify this by throwing an area light on that as well. So again, we're living for the area lights today. But I'm going to change this one to be a cylinder, and then let's make it 10 by 10, and then we can rotate this as well 90 degrees. And let's make it a little bit smaller. So we're going to go 100 centimeters, and then let's just pull that up. So let's pull that up just on the Y, something like this. Cool, so we can see we've got that light going on. We're going to reduce the intensity because at the moment it's a little bit too much. So maybe we go to 15 and we're going to match that color again, that nice blue tint that we set on that lightsaber. Perfect, maybe even a little bit less. Okay, perfect. So what next? Well, these panels, these lovely panels that we've set up, at the moment we've got our emission, we've got our light being cast through, but what we'd also have is we'd maybe have those little panels as a grid casting some little bits of light on the side. And so the way that we can do that is if we create some smaller area lights, we can then clone them, and then we can reduce the spread to really get and dial in a small bit of light. So let's grab another area light. Let's rotate this so it's facing inwards. Let's go to 90. And we're going to make them teeny tiny. So let's go to, is it 50 by 10? Would that work? 50 by 10? Yes, there we go. So we've got these little side lights now, which will match this. Then what we can do, throw it in a cloner, set it to 2 by 3 by 1, and maybe we pull them down. So we can now see we have these 6 lights. At the moment, it's not really doing what we want it to do. So first of all, let's pull this all the way down, pull our intensity down to something like 9, match that yellow color again. And then with my cloner selected, instead of having to reposition and rotate every single one, I can use a target effector. And then you'll notice that all of those lights are now targeting this. And if I put my target near my lightsaber, which conveniently it already is, which is great, it's going to target that. Then maybe I pull my cloner back slightly, and you can see that it's always going to be pointing towards that target effector. So I can pull that in here. And at the moment, if I just sort of turn all of these lights off apart from the dome light, we can see that we're getting that rim, that edge, but the spread is too big. So we're getting too large and too kind of, we're not getting a direct light, which we would have if it was coming through these panels. So the way that we do that is we can come in and we can reduce the spread of our light. So if you were to create a spotlight by using an area light, you would do it this way. You would really pull down the spread. And now I can pull that down, and now we can see we're getting this area here. And if I sort of move my target effector, you'll be able to see we're getting this nice little reflection. We can even animate this. Like if you've got an animated product shot, you can have this really nice sort of light reflection going on. So let's just leave that, maybe something like that. And let's switch on all the rest of our lights. So, final light. Yes, final light before we add. How are we going? What are we doing? What have we got?
Find out.
How are we going?
Oh.
Are we past 50?
No, not yet.
We're good.
No,
we got 9 minutes. I'm going to chill out a little bit.
8 minutes.
Cool. Final light then. Let's grab one last area light. And the purpose of this one is, so we have our light at the top. We have our emission, which is our lightsaber light. But I want to create an extra little bit of rim lighting, so some even more blue, which is going to bring the lightsaber off of the back panel, which is what we need to do. So let's get our area light. Let's switch this around. So we're going to go 180, and then we're going to direct it. We're going to rotate it down. So we're going to minus 45. I'm just going to reposition it back here. And this is where we need to do that thing again, where it's only going to be affecting the lightsaber, not the back panel. So we can come into our project, include just the lightsaber. And now we're getting that edge. At the moment, it's a little bit too intense. So we can come into our object, and we can reduce this down to maybe something like 10. And again, match that blue, because this is going to be that extra lighting from the lightsaber. Actually, let's go really low with that. So we just have this really nice edge. So if I switch everything off, we're getting this really nice blue edge. And as I reposition this, you can see this is what we've just created. And with everything back on, this is our lighting. From here, we're not done. We've got some time. So what else can we do? Well, we could add a little bit of volumetric lighting, some fog, some smokiness to this. And the way that we can do that is if we throw in the redshift environment, everything's going to go white. And the reason for that is by default, when we work with lighting inside of Redshift, we have certain levels of what we call ray contribution. So if I go to a particular light and I go to the details tab, we have ray contributions. This is really great if you're trying to increase things like subsurface scattering or GI, and in our case, we want it to be controlling the volume or not controlling the volume. So in most of my lights, I'm actually going to say I want a contribution of 0. I don't want them to be having effect on anything. So let's see, which ones do we want? So we don't want the side panels. We don't want the big light, the big blue light. But we do want the lightsaber light, and we do want the kind of the back two, which are our emission. But at the moment, it's a little bit too intense. Actually, it's a lot too intense. So let's reduce these down, this contribution down to a very low value. Let's go to something like this. And then on the lightsaber light, let's do this. And so now we're getting that nice added volumetric lighting, but it's not now blowing out and it's not hiding too much of my details. Okay. So, I mean, we need some glow, right?
Yeah, we need a little bit of glow.
We need some glow.
Bloomify it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So the way that we can add some glow is we can do some color correction post effects all inside of Redshift. So we can actually create our final render inside of here without having to necessarily go into things like Photoshop or After Effects to do post or compositing, which I'm a huge fan of, but I want to show you how it can be done in here as well. So let's go over to our lens effects inside of our Redshift camera, and then we have something called Bloom. Bloom is our glow. So if I override this, we then have an intensity and a threshold. Let me reduce my threshold, and you're going to see we're going to get a lot more glow happening as it kicks in. Let me refresh my render view. Maybe do we need to pull that down a little? Why am I not seeing this? This isn't good. Let's go into my settings. Hey, there we go.
So you just had to check on bloom.
There we go. Just check that bloom on.
Check it.
And then we have our threshold, and we have that nice glowing effect going on. One thing I will do is I want to have more glow on the lightsaber than I have coming from the lights in the background. So what we could do is we could just reduce our lights. So if we could reduce these down, because the intensity of your light is going to depend on how much glow and bloom effect you're having. But what we could also do is we can add gobos, which are cookies, over the top of our lights. So just for speed, normally I would probably create one that matches the look of these lights, but inside the asset browser, again, which everyone can find, we have this grid. So we can just throw this grid inside this texture on my area lights, and it's really going to reduce that lighting, but we're still getting a little bit of glow, which is, again, really, really nice. Finally, because we've got a little bit of time left. How much time have we got left? How are we going?
3 minutes.
Ah, okay.
You can do it. You can do
okay,
it.
we can do it. We can do it. So inside my lightsaber, what I will do is I want to bring it off of the back panel a little bit. At the moment, they're both looking a little bit too dark. So without having to go back into Substance or back into anything else, I can actually do some color correction inside of Redshift. If I add a color correct node to my base color, if I just up the gamma slightly, it's going to brighten this texture map and again bring it off of that back panel. We could even come in and grab the Redshift camera, choose my focus distance to be my lightsaber, add a little bit of bokeh on here. So now that bloom's a little bit too intense. Let's come back in. So this one's now kicked in. Let's change my threshold to 4. There we go. So we've added some bokeh in here. Maybe we'll go down a little bit lower. And again, this is just going to blur out, add a little bit of depth of field to that background, again, making our product, which is our lightsaber, our main focus. And then finally, let's come in, grab some settings, and we can even apply LUTs inside of Redshift. And it comes with like over 100 LUTs for you to choose from. We can just enable that. And then the one that I liked is, let me come down to here, is, if I can take that, here we go. There's one that says future one. Do we go future?
That's a powerful lightsaber.
What do we think? What do we think? This one? We like that?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And then let's reduce the strength. So we have a strength slider because that's a little bit too intense. Let's pull that down just a touch. And then back in optical, we can also add a little bit of like a vignette. And then in, 25 minutes, we've been able to recreate a nice lightsaber product shot render.
Nice.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for making that look awesome, Ellie, because...
Thank you for the awesome model.
Yeah, I'm going to like
look at that, 55 seconds to go.
Yeah,
nailed
awesome.
Fantastic stuff. Does anyone have a question for Ellie or in fact Ian, about any of the workflow, or just wants to congratulate them for actually finishing 1 minute early?
For the first time ever, we've underran.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah, we have a question.
What's the difference between the tangent space and the object space normals when you're setting those up in the materials?
So, do you know what? That's a good question. I would say for majority of things, the tangent space normal would work for you. I'd need to check the documentation to know what the object one for me. Tangent space works absolutely fine, but I'm sure there would be a reason behind that. But I can find out and let you know after. No worries.
Excellent. Well, stick around because we have one more presentation to go in which we have our very own Chad Perkins, who's going to take you through a whole connected series of workflows touching on Forger and ZBrush and Cinema and Redshift and the Red Giant tools. And he's going to do that in just 1 hour too. And if you've missed any of the previous sessions, we're going to be posting the recordings, so check those out on maxon.net. And if you'd like a chat with Ian and Ellie, they're going to be hanging around here. We've got a bunch of demo pods around the back where you can ask them questions and stuff. But yes, thank you for coming. And once more, thank you very much, Ian and Ellie.
Yeah, thank you very
everyone.
much. Bye.
The time has come to secure your boarding pass for Camp MoGraph. Tickets go on sale at noon Eastern Time, April 20th. Set an alarm and head over to campmograph.com. These tickets are like shooting stars. They'll go fast. But don't panic. Our state-of-the-art system will give you plenty of time to check out. Make sure to enter your camper information correctly so we can prepare for your arrival. Your creativity will soar to new heights at Camp MoGraph. But please leave the moonwalking to us professionals. Over and out!
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
chick.
Hello, welcome back, and for our very last session of NAB, and I'm delighted to be about to introduce Chad Perkins, who is an amazing artist and educator. I've known Chad for very many years now, and Chad always surprises me with the nuances and the things that you can do in the tools so you can iterate and render more quickly, and he's got some fantastic things that he's going to show you about connecting multiple things across the tools. So I'm very excited about this. So please give a warm welcome to our very own senior trainer at Maxon, Chad Perkins. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome out, everybody. Yeah, my name's Chad Perkins. I've been a trainer for, I don't know, over 20 years. And I've spoken at NAB several times in that process, just here and there randomly. But I've never created a presentation this personal. So it's great that it's kind of like at the end of NAB and there's just like a handful of you here. It'll be like an intimate experience. Usually I'm just like teaching like software stuff, but this time I'm going to do something a little bit different because I'm talking about ornamentation. And ornamentation is something, it's personal to me because I think it's really beautiful, but as I was like looking on tutorials like how to do this stuff and looking for ideas, I didn't find that much. It's just not like a cool thing. So that's why it's like personal to me that like I love it. And but in the process of this, I came up with some new techniques that I think that will be, I would imagine, be helpful for a lot of use cases. So my objectives in coming up with this, also I'm not super talented. So like a lot of you like grew up drawing and have like a lot of like natural artistic talent. That is not my lot in life. So I need the software tools to be able to make magic. So my objectives in creating ornamental art here is that it needs to be fast. I need to be able to do something like quickly and easily. I need to do, easy. It needs to be like a simple setup because my brain gets melted down when something's really advanced. And also it needs to be procedural. And it's kind of like a big buzzword. We're not gonna go super into that, but basically what I mean by procedural is it needs to be flexible and it needs to be reproducible. It needs to be something that like, it doesn't matter like my talent level or whatever, I need to be able to get in there and be able to do it, and however experienced you are, and you need to be able to do it. And also the flexibility is really important because, with ZBrush being out there, you could sculpt all these like gorgeous ornamental things, but then it's not flexible. It's like, that is what it is. Or even if you polygonal model it, it is what it is. And I want something that's more flexible than that. And so that's what I've been kind of playing with. This was kind of like the image that I'm using for the inspiration for the thing. I found this in a book that Maxon bought for me, which was really cool. Maxon has this program where like they want to inspire us, and so they let us get like educational things, and so they bought me this book. And this book is Baroque Ornaments, and this doesn't have like an author. It doesn't say like where it's from or how old it is or anything like that, but this has like a lot of these beautiful ornaments that I was kind of looking at making. So let's talk about this like clamshell here as just kind of like an appetizer of the type of thing that we're going to be doing in the type of workflow that I'm looking when I say like quick and easy and procedural. This clamshell, again, I'm not that good at 3D, and so I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to make this. And so what I came up with was this thing where we're going to start in Illustrator, and I love this because it doesn't matter like what your background is or how much experience you have in Illustrator or anything else. It's super easy. So I can go in here and I can create an ellipse, and I could just drag out an ellipse. And this is going to be like the overall shape of the clamshell. I made mine too elliptical, and so I have some bitter regrets, but it's fine. And so here I have my ellipse, and then what I can do is go in here to the pencil tool, which is stashed underneath the paintbrush tool. And the pencil tool has like an interesting thing. If I click like right here, you see the little asterisk next to the pencil. It means that I'm going to be like creating a new thingy. I don't want to create a new thingy. I just want to modify the thingy that I already have. And so when I put my pencil over the thingy that I've already created, then that asterisk goes away. So then I could just click and drag like so. And then I'm basically just like re-sculpting this shape, like that. And now I want it to be like rougher, like the clamshell, like, because again, this is going to be like the clamshell thing. So I'm going to go to Effect, and I'm going to go to, let's see, was it Distort and Transform? Oh yeah, Roughen, that's what it is, Roughen. And so then I'm going to take the size, actually I'm going to make this absolute. I'm going to take the size up to about 25, take the detail down to about 3, There we go. And then smooth this out. And then we have something that kind of like vaguely starts to resemble the outline of a clamshell. And then I could go into Object and Expand Appearance. So now these are all individual points. And I could go in with my direct selection tool with my white arrow. Which one's the white arrow? This is the white arrow. Okay. So then I could just like click and drag around these points and then delete them. And I have a white fill, which I don't need. So now I just have this like black outline. So then what I could do and you can see like the outline of the clamshell. It's kind of like a spoiler. You see where this is going. I can go into Cinema 4D. I can go to File, Merge Objects, and then navigate to my deal. A little hold music for you there. Okay, clamshell for C4D. And so then click OK. And here is my spline here. And it's very tiny, so I'm going to go ahead and scale this bad boy up a bunch. Sometimes what I'll do, I might do this again a little bit later too, is I will make a figure, like that object, just so I can see like, oh wait, yeah, that is really, really tiny, just like for reference. So then I can go and like scale this up, and then I could, let's move this so it's a little bit more on the axis and whatnot. I'm going to hold L for my axis, and then, oops, nope. I want to make this, I'm going to convert this first. I'm going to hit C to make this editable. And actually, I'll just do a connect and delete. There we go. And rename this clamshell. And then now I can hold L, move the axis in the right spot. Okay, then I'm going to create an arc. And I'm going to go ahead and make this much tinier. And we'll go ahead and make the end angle 180. And make this tinier, move this back. And what we're going to do is create a loft. So I'm going to take both of these bad dudes, throw them into a loft generator. And I guess I held the wrong keyboard shortcut key for that. Okay. I'm not seeing the loft here. Am I doing something wrong? Probably am doing something wrong. Okay, let's do the cooking show thing, and we'll warp to a clamshell that's already been clamshelled. And you can see the final result here. I switched to what? Is that the clamshell? Like, do that? That didn't do it. Thank you though. I don't know. Yeah. No. Thank you though. So eventually, like what you could do is, and what I did with this one is I made an intermediate copy. So I had like a smaller clamshell spline in between, and then that allows me to kind of like bend this and rotate, and then really get the kind of like shape that I want. And then what I did is I used the new thicken generator that just came out a couple weeks ago, new feature. And because when you're doing this loft, it creates like one of those like weird, like just flat polygons. It's not two-sided. It's been tough to work with in Cinema. And now it's not an issue because, well, I mean, you could have used like the cloth surface generator before, but thicken just makes it like a lot easier to get what you want. And then I was able to put like these kind of like end caps on the front to make this like clamshell shape. So let me see if I can render that. Yeah, so just taking that thing into Illustrator and lofting it to a little arc like this creates this kind of clamshell look. So this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about when I want to create procedural art that's like really like ornamental and beautiful and detailed, but very quickly. Okay, let's go back to After Effects. Now there's two, in ornamentation, there's like two main things that we see all over the place. And that is spirals, which we know what spirals are, spirals. And then also acanthus. But like, what is acanthus? So let's talk about that for a second. Now acanthus is a plant. And if you were to ask me like, a couple months ago, like what is acanthus? I would have said like, I don't know, I think I had it for a couple months in high school. I don't know. I would have said I don't know what that is. But it's a plant, and the leaves you see like all over the place. It's used in ornamentation everywhere. So this is what an acanthus leaf actually looks like. I don't know that I've seen one of these in real life. I don't know that I've not. It's kind of like forgettable. But for whatever reason, acanthus, and we'll talk about that reason actually in just a second, acanthus stuff is everywhere. So this is what it looks like in ornamentation. On the far left, you see what we call a Corinthian capital. A capital is like the top of a column, the decorative top of a column. And this is the Pantheon in Rome, column from that. And then this white thing in the center here is from Wikipedia. So these are like all the different type of like Byzantine acanthus leaves and Roman acanthus leaves. Everybody had their own style of acanthus leaves. As you can see, like we're only vaguely referencing actual acanthus leaves in this. This is not like an accurate, depiction of what acanthus leaves actually look like. But again, we see these everywhere, all over the place. In the upper right, you'll see my shoes. This is from Monday's karaoke. Right here in Vegas. That's the floor. And so you see these spirals that are influenced by acanthus, and then you see beneath that you have actual acanthus leaves scrolled as well. On the left side, there's a bar that I went to at a meeting at in Seattle before I came here. That was like the corners of the bar. The middle building is the building catty corner from the Maxon office in Portland. And then the bottom right is the building that's across the street from the Maxon office in Portland. I mean, you see these leaves everywhere. Acanthus is everywhere. But why? What is it about acanthus leaves that makes them so universal and used everywhere? So I'm going to give you a little bit of a story here. So we only know why we use acanthus leaves because of Vitruvius. Vitruvius was a Roman architect, and about 50 BC he lived, so we kind of like guess his date somewhere around there. But Vitruvius is the Vitruvian man. So like when we pose, we have like the T-pose that we do because of like the Da Vinci thing, the Da Vinci Vitruvian man. Well, Vitruvius is the Vitruvian man that inspired Da Vinci's thing. So Vitruvius tells us this story of Callimachus. Callimachus lived 400 BC, around 400 BC, somewhere in the 5th century. He was a Greek sculptor. He's the one that created the Corinthian capital that we saw earlier on the top of the column. And Callimachus had a story related to us by Vitruvius, otherwise we wouldn't know what's going on. But Callimachus was walking by a grave of a girl who had died. And she got sick and died. She was very young. And the nurse who was caring for the girl made a basket, a woven basket, and put all of her like toys, trinkets, things that really meant stuff to her, and put it on top of her grave, and then put a tile on it to kind of keep it settled on her grave. And Callimachus noticed that there was an acanthus plant that had grown through the basket and woven itself through the fibers of the basket in a really elegant and beautiful way. And ever since then, acanthus leaves have been a symbol of renewal and rebirth and of relentless growth. And also because of the way that Callimachus put them into the columns, that they've just since become a staple of ornamentation all over the place. So that is the deal with acanthus. Now, you might be like John Locke here, realizing that I'm speaking on behalf of a software company at a technology conference, and you might be like, don't tell me what acanthus do. So let's actually look at how to create some acanthus leaves. And I'm going to go into Forger, actually, which is an iPad app that I'm such a huge fan of. If you have Maxon 1, then you have a subscription to Forger. And if you have an iPad too, you gotta have an iPad, which is not included with Maxon 1. So you're gonna have your own iPad, bring your own iPad to the table, and then you have a subscription to Forger. But Forger is like, what I think of it as like a baby Maxon 1 in an app, because it's like, it's got Cinema 4D's sculpting engine, or modeling engine, so you could like model in it. And also it's a sculpting application, so it's like a little baby ZBrush. And it also has now these like viewport effects, like depth of field, chromatic aberration, so it's almost like mini red giant post effects built in. It's a really great app. And when I was demoing this earlier, like we couldn't get the Wi-Fi to work because you have to screen mirror. So I just went ahead last night and just kind of like did a screen cap of this process so you can see what's going on. So when you first open Forger, just pretend this is like live and I'm doing this like right now while you're watching. There's like two categories you can see at the top. There's like modeling, There's like modeling and sculpting. Let me zoom in here so I don't like warp ahead too fast. So there's like modeling and sculpting, a modeling context and a sculpting context. And then once you click a new document in the upper right-hand corner, you can actually go to the drop-down that you're seeing right there at the top and choose model or sculpt. from there too, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm going to go ahead and start with model, and then you click the little like hamburger icon next to that, and then you could add objects. It's like your object manager type thing. You click the little plus icon, all kinds of primitives I can add, and if I scroll down here, you'll see that we have lights now in Forger 2. We have a point light and a spotlight, a directional light as well that we can play with. But I just went ahead and added a cube and changed the settings. You can click on the arrows to bump up the settings, but I just used the calculator here. And so I used the calculator to make some adjustments. So I got this little box set up, and we know how to do that, so it's no big deal. And I added some geometry to the y-axis, and then I changed the display settings so you could see it. And then this is a really cool feature. If I go to the object layer manager, I don't know what it's called. I probably should have, before, as a trainer representing Maxon, I probably should have learned the actual name of this before I went. But the objects layer thingy, if you hold your finger down on it, you get a bunch of options, including make editable. So this is like the same thing in Cinema as if like when you convert a polygonal object or like a primitive object to a polygonal object, it does the same thing. So you make it editable. And then I could go in with to everything. Well, actually, I turned on symmetry as well. But then I could go in and select some of these polygons, and there we go. So I select these polygons. I could extend them. I could bevel them. Sculpting on Forger and Patrick Swayze and the whole thing. And so then, like, you can click on that button and remesh this, which I will do here momentarily. There we go. Remesh this, and so now it's so then ZBrush. There's a clay brush right here, so I can go to the clay brush. I'm just kind of like adding this and adding this and adding this. Got me in the ballpark, and I'm now adding clay on top. But if I hold this down, and I'm a lefty, so I hold that with I have that set on my side, so I hold that. Yada. You don't need to see this like entire thing, but I'm just like sculpting this. So I get to a certain point where it's like, okay, I'm in the ballpark of where I want this mesh to be. So then I want to start adding details. So then like I go to remesh this again, but a higher remesh level, and then I have like more detail. So then I can start sculpting, and that's kind of like what I'm doing. I kind of see sculpting, I mean, again, I'm new to sculpting, but to me it feels like kind of like being in like a really good relationship where like I'm just kind of like looking at the curves and just being like, okay, sweetheart, it seems it's like, well, actually I need the shape to go here. I have some needs as well. So anyways, I keep sculpting on this, and then I added even more detail, the final thing, and then I got this little like a stem. I used the crease brush and kind of like went through the bottom, and I added these creases here. One of my favorite things about Forger was something that I was worried that I wouldn't be able to show, but I'm gonna try to show. So bear with me. I'm gonna try to show this because this is my favorite part about Forger. I don't have my iPad connected, so you can't see, but here's the thing that I sculpted like last night, just so you know there's no tricks up my sleeve. And there's a button here, and actually you could see it right here in the upper, like this button right here. If I click that, I get this menu that says send to Cinema 4D. So I'm going to do that. So I click this here. Oh, okay. So probably what happened is that there's a demo machine in the back that's wondering why they're being asked to accept a Forger file. So it's probably not this machine. It's probably one of those back there. But there's this really great relationship between Cinema and Forger. So if I'm in Cinema, I can just click send to Forger. It goes over Wi-Fi. It like zaps the project to my iPad. I could then like sculpt on it in Forger or take it with me if I'm leaving somewhere and I want to work on it more on the plane or whatever. I could do that. And then I click this button here in Forger, and it sends the sculpt right to Cinema 4D. So it's just such an unbelievable workflow to me, and I don't know that many people are using it, and I think it's fantastic. So I would recommend checking it out. So at the end of the day, then we have this thing here, my C4D files, Forger Acanthus, and so this is what I warped over to Cinema. Now, when you're opening this up, it asks you, there's like a dialogue that asks about scale, but I'm so sick of like being asked for details that I'm always like, no, just get out of my face, just open it. And I don't pay attention to it. But then I'm like, oh wait, yeah, I should have paid attention because that scale is like off. I need to scale this up quite a bit. So I scale this up, and then we have like my what I modeled in Forger earlier, not last night, but what I modeled previously here in Cinema. Now, because of time, I'm going to show you basically I'm going to skip ahead to the end result, because what I did with this is I created a spline wrap. And this will take a second to open because there's a lot of tests and stuff in this file. I should have cleaned it up before I use it to present. I'll use this opportunity to get some more water. So, whoa. Like, I want to learn how to scope like that. But that's kind of the point, though, is it doesn't have to be great. Because, like, when you look at these, like, old ornamental details, sometimes, like, the leaves themselves, they're not great. It's, like, how they're used, how they're around here. Let me try to undestroy things over here. So thank you for sticking around in hopes that I'll be able to pull this off, make this work. But essentially, like, I'll just talk through the process in case it's not going to work. But I made a spiral. We're going to talk about spirals in a second. But I made a spiral in Cinema. And then I was able to take Forger, the leaves from Forger, because basically, like, I'm looking at this ornamentation stuff, and I'm seeing all this beauty. And a lot of the approaches that I've seen are just making that spiral as it is, making, like, this beautiful spiraled art as it is. But then it's not, again, it's not flexible. So I thought, well, let's just think of it like an architect where they're thinking, okay, if I took this leaf and wrapped it around this way and sprouted it that way, and, like, let's just create it in that way, so that way I have access to all of the stuff. I have access to the spiral, I have access to the full, okay, let me just get out of this stuff. And then I'm hoping now that this is the only thing open. Okay, this is promising. At least it opened it, kind of. But yeah, I wanted that flexibility to be able to fold the leaves in a different way and change the spline and all that kind of stuff. So I used the spline wrap deformer to wrap my Forger sculpt around a spline. Okay. Well, while that's going, let's entertain ourselves. I'll just go ahead and import. I did the final render here, I think. So I could show you what the final render looks like. Final render, there we go. So this is the final render. So, like, you could see that, like, that it's a lot more detailed than maybe, like, it seemed like the Forger thing was going to be. Like, the Forger leaves were not beautiful, but as you can see, like, they don't really have to be. Like, if I have, like, a spline that works, once I wrap those leaves around the splines, then it creates, like, these kind of, like, more beautiful shapes and textures and whatnot. Let me go back to Cinema and see if we're in a spot where, nope, we'll come back to that. Let's go back to my little slides. There's something else I want to talk about here. Let's talk about spirals. There's a bunch of different ways to create spirals. And Aristide Lindenmayer, I think it's how you pronounce it, Aristide Lindenmayer. And in the 60s, he came up with this very influential thing about plants. Two, actually, very influential things about plants that were really big. And one is he realized that plants, like, have, like, a programming language. Like, when plants grow, they have, like, a system that they use to communicate, and they just follow it. And you could represent those instructions programmatically. And so he kind of created a programming language that allows us to speak to how plants grow, like the programming language that plants use internally to grow, which is really incredible. And it's often called Turtle or called L systems, and that is actually in Cinema 4D. That programming language is in Cinema 4D, so we're going to look at how to use that as well. Another thing that he helped pioneer was the idea that, kind of like Mandelbrot, who did fractals, that you could find, if you look at pieces of something, like an organic structure, you can see a symbol of the whole. Like the pieces mirror the whole. And he kind of helped design that as well. He also, like, helped contribute to a white paper for SIGGRAPH in the 80s, and that was the inspiration for what we now have in Cinema and other programs, which is pretty cool. So let's talk a little bit about L systems. We're going to talk about, it's like, again, a system of code, but it's like a really easy to understand system of code. Matter of fact, it's so easy that it can be kind of confusing. So the first step is the letter F. So let's go ahead and go back to Cinema once it's done loading, which it's not, but it will be soon. Okay, we're getting close there. We're getting close. You know, while that's loading, I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to something else. I put this all together in After Effects, and I'm trying to think of the best way to do stuff. And one of the things I came up with was the background. This background object, I knew I was going to create the spirals in different ways in Cinema and the clamshell with the Illustrator thing, but then this background, I wanted it to be a 3D thing, a 3D object, so I could relight it and have it be flexible. And that's something I struggled with, like how am I going to create that 3D world? And what I did was I just did this thing with like shapes. And I brought this into After Effects, and I use this. I'm going to turn this to off. So now we have just like a piece of geometry here that's being distorted by this fractal pattern, this fractal here that's built in. But what's the magic thing here is that I could actually use a different amplitude layer to control the fractal displacement. So I've gone ahead and I've added this to a pre-comp, the Illustrator thing that I made. And I also used an effect called Texturize from the Universe Suite, which adds this kind of like, let's see if I could turn up the opacity so you could see it. Kind of like this wooden texture. It's actually concrete, but I want it to look like wood. So that and some fractal noise, and then we have this like composition in the background here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my amplitude layer and say, use this pre-comp wood texture as the displacement map. I'm going to take down the frequency to 0. I'm going to take the amplitude to 0. And then I'm going to go to my Z range. And let's extrude this a little bit. And it's kind of wonky. So let's go to geometry and do XYZ individual. And I know that this map is 1920 by 1080. So let's make 1920 and 1080 the vertices here. And you can see now we're starting to have something that resembles our 3D thing. So then I can keep extruding this with Z lift. It's one technique to do it. And I extrude this until I'm happy, until I get what I want. And then again, the camera here, this is an actual like 3-dimensional object. So it responds to lights and cameras. I'm seeing the details here. And it's a completely flexible thing, which is really fun. It responds to everything that's going on and yada yada. Let's say I made the background. So that's skipping ahead while Cinema was doing its thing. Okay, we still got some modules that need. Continue to initialize. Let's see, what else can we do in the meantime here? Oh, DAO. This is kind of interesting. Anybody use Trapcode? Any DAO fans in the house? Okay, that's pretty common. DAO is like a really interesting code suite, and it's such an unusual tool that people are often kind of like, well, what do I even do with this? But what it does is it's almost like a successor to 3D Stroke. It uses a path, and in the same way 3D Stroke does, except it extrudes 3D geometry along that path. And there's all kinds of ways that you can use paths. So what I'm going to do here is I have DAO set up, and when you first apply DAO, as you can see, it's 3D, it's responding to the lights in my scene, and by default, it gives you a path generator. So you can have it create a line or a circle or a fractal or whatever, but you could also, I'm going to turn this off, I don't want it to generate that path. You could also use a mask to generate a path, and it will extrude 3D geometry along that path. But one of the things I think is very interesting is you could actually use a light. So I have a light here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Illustrator. I'm going to open up. That's not my deal. Spirals for DAO. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and select this path. I'm going to hit Command-C to copy this bad boy. Going to go back into After Effects. Hit P for position to see the light position. And this isn't really the trick, but I mean, this is a pretty cool trick in and of its own right. But if I Command-V to paste, while I have that selected, it pastes the path from Illustrator into the path of the light. So now I have a light that is traversing this path, copied and pasted from Illustrator. I think that's like a really awesome workflow that's I don't see talked about very much, but really cool to be able to copy and paste motion path relationally. Is that what I wanted to say there? Relationally? We'll go for it. Nobody will see this. It's fine. So I have this thing, and what I'm going to do, in order for DAO to be able to see this path, I have to name it in a weird way. I have to give it the prefix DAO in all the light, which is really cool. So now I could go back into DAO, and I could close this up, open up segment, and the segment section here is where we control the 3D geometry-ness. So I only have 25 segments, which isn't enough for this. So I can bump this up and get more geometry. And then if I want, it only has like 3 sides, so if I want this to be smoother, I could increase the sides, and then now we have these cool sides. Now the size of the individual portion's kind of big, so I could take down the size here. And so you see we have this really beautiful system. Now, where's Cinema 4D at? Cinema 4D is still loading. I think it's still loading. I'm going to show you something pretty advanced here. Okay. Maybe what we need to do, should I crash it and then start over again with Cinema? Okay, thank you. Boom, boom. Let's go ahead and do that. Usually Cinema loads like really fast for me. I don't know, it's kind of weird. And this is like a beefy demo station machine, so I'm not sure what kind of like wacky issue we have going on there. But let's see here, are we still initializing? Oh, it feels like we're initializing plugins. That seems like we're further along in the process than we were. Maybe because of that update, it's want me to run it. It's like what's slowing it down. Okay, let me just show you. Basically, creating any animation, and that's what's kind of confusing about this. It's kind of like a mind messer. So what I do is I set keyframes. Let's say keyframe here, here. So we have keyframes at the end almost, and the actual end. And let's set that here. So then what I can do is take down the size of this, and you see that as I take this down, it's affecting this part of the spiral. So if you were to take the timeline and map it over the whole length of the spiral, this is the section that we're messing with. So then if I adjust this keyframe, like, you know, when you're behind the scenes at Maxon, like, there's so many times where they're kind of like, well, we'd love to add that feature, but because of like what's available to us as a plugin, we can't really do that. So we have to kind of like innovate sometimes as far as like what we're able to do. And the creative solutions they have there are so mind-boggling. So this is one of those creative solutions where like we couldn't really just like map this over time in a certain way, but by using this like wacky OAS system, we can really control how attributes are mapped over this. The shape of our 3D spiral here, which I think is really fantastic. Okay, so here we have this little like tree system that's built in, and if we go to just the turtle section, we can see here that this is the code that F, just F. And it's to rotate clockwise and counterclockwise. And one of the reasons it's called turtle because it's almost like we're guiding a turtle. So if I say F plus, nothing happens because it's just turning the turtle. We turn back instead of going forward, we turn the other way. So then we could have these combinations of turning and things like that to control our little turtle to make shapes. And there's a thing that's really, I think, and it's this going out of here. Then it looks the same, but then if we say F again, we've actually created, if you can see that here, a branch that's going in a different direction that way. So if I go to, I'm going to go to, well, this is kind of playing with fire a little bit here, but I'm going to go to final here. This flexibility now because all these things are using this different angle. So I have this kind of like weird techie thing. If I do 90 degrees angles, or if I could have a tree look like this, I could maybe have it grow out like this and blossom. But like if you had built that tree again 10 years ago in Illustrator, it's like all fine and good, but the client comes back and says, actually I want to bend all of the branches up a little bit. Well, then you're screwed. You have to start all over again. But this, I could just have a slider and just be like, I can do whatever I want because I have this flexibility because it's procedural. Now that does too, again, very briefly, code. It's like 8 characters, counting these 2 characters, just 8 characters, and I have this completely flexible, there we go. So I could go into my values, and I could adjust the growth, which we didn't talk about, but I could adjust the angle, and I have this like control rig of these spirals that I want to create because I'm doing it procedurally using the turtle system. So it's like super flexible. So when I get my forger acanthus leaf and I wrap it around a spiral, again, it's a completely create a spiral, which is really incredible. So again, by wrapping the geometry around those spirals, I was able to come up with this deal here. Another thing that's like really important that I didn't have a chance to get into is that when I did make these spirals, the workflow that I used was to save them for Cineware from Cinema and not render them in Cinema, so that I could bring them here, and all of these spirals are actually done with mirror. So all of the gold and stuff like that, it's mirror, so that way when I have the 3D background, I have the clamshell, all this stuff is, these 3D objects are live in mirror. I'm not using just Cineware, I'm not using renders, I'm using mirror to render the Cineware stuff, so that way I have complete flexibility with how I want this to look. And if I decide, you know what, I actually want to change the green light, I don't have to re-render anything. I change the green light, and all of this changes in post. I don't have to go back to renders, I don't have to do the passes, none of that stuff. It's all live and flexible here in After Effects because of this workflow with mirror and Cineware. Here's my little DAO spirals here. You can see like tapering off with the OAS thing we talked about and all that kind of stuff. So that's in a nutshell the best I could do in the time allotted. But if you have any questions, like I'm here. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful present audience in the last day. Enjoyed it.
Oh, you're back. You want to take it? He made it back in time.
Whoa,
That's a wrap,
Matthias,
baby.
Everybody. Matthias.
Got his voice back.
All right. Well, let's hear it again for Chad. I know we were just clapping. Just keep it going. This is the last presentation of the show, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. We are going to be back. We are streaming all the time. If you haven't checked out all of our channels, go to maxon.net. Check us out on Cineversity. Training and Simon's team has stuff going all the time. Same thing over at ZBrush Live, so you can check that out. And also, go to DAT. That's Go, T-O-D-A-T. That's us taking this show on the road. So we're going to be going on a pretty global tour throughout the U.S., Canada, and some European cities. So check that out. Dallas is right around the corner, and we'll be streaming then. And until then, be good to each other, and we'll see you on the next stream. Take care, everyone.